think since we get rolled with all, I may see how people feel about masks.
Our board meeting for
I brought mine just in case. I wear them around in the
higher
hallways,
management.
especially if I'm in the elevator and
They are
stuff, or in the
hosting
bathrooms. So that's
in
right.
and so we'll have people there from Poland,
I hardly ever go into
Brazil,
stores.
Argentina.
If you pick up groceries and pick up from Target, everything else in the world you can get from Amazon.
Germany,
That's exactly right.
several European countries as well. So, yeah,
Must be an interesting job.
it is. And, yeah, it was kind of a fluke. I've got a friend that works there. And
Joining the meeting.
it's not.
Tim Beck.
Switch jobs. But
Who is
I got an offer that's really,
Tim Beck, wasn't it?
I didn't hear
I
the name.
really like it. They should be the range fronts, which is okay.
So what's new? What's new?
Yeah.
Anybody making?
That's who it kind of sounded like.
I
Like that, I thought they said Tim Beck.
I couldn't understand.
He's like the first complainant.
Joining the meeting.
Can't walk away from that.
So,
Joining the meeting.
Some people aren't.
Megan Adams.
Good for you.
so,
That name is not
the only bad part
familiar.
is I can't wear jeans every day anymore.
Oh,
I can
Joining the meeting.
you
I've
know,
been able to do that
William
since
and
2007.
Annalicia Gomes.
Okay, that are both case complainants.
I think it might go
I usually ask
Yeah.
for each case if somebody's on the phone, so.
Joining the meeting.
They have two
Randy
each.
Evans.
Randy Evans.
Joining the meeting. Emily Ellingson.
She's an attorney.
It was Gomes, is that who they
Yeah.
said?
Joining the meeting.
So,
Mary Linville.
Marianne Bott.
Joining the meeting. Adele Johnson.
And this one, I
Not sure who that is.
we also have Europeans. Europeans are always, very business casual. They typically button up.
It's good to know it's Gomes and not Gomez. I wasn't sure how to pronounce it.
Joining the meeting.
I just think
Casey Rockdasher.
people, you and
Joining the meeting.
That's her.
Rick Moraine.
Oh, hey Rick. Hey Rick.
Hi, Rick. How you doing, man?
Hi.
Nice to hear your voice. I wish I could see you.
Yeah.
Just no, you don't. I'm just over COVID. 2 weeks of COVID.
Oh, wow. Jeez.
Are you feeling okay?
Yep. Feeling great. Negative test.
Joining the
I'm
meeting.
invulnerable for 3 months. Jared Strong, Iowa Capitol Dispatch.
Joining the meeting.
I'm not gonna ask everybody
Kevin Johnson.
to tell me.
Joining the meeting.
Because they all,
Get it
Matt
out.
Brick.
okay.
I launched before.
We get-
Do you know past wireless passwords?
It's not us.
That's
Good.
re-
Joining the meeting.
Mike Peterson, KMA.
Can tell he's got a radio voice.
Yep. I know Mike from hometown. Our hometown radio.
Joining the meeting.
Jefferson County, Iowa.
Jefferson. It's probably their county attorney. That's our county attorney, I'm sure. That's on the Trish case. I think it's sad I know all this.
We're still missing some people here.
Who's on the phone from the board?
Nobody.
You know, I'm gonna go up to the other meeting, or
Maybe somebody went there by
Jackie
mistake.
might have went there by mistake.
All right.
I was wandering around, but I didn't know where I was supposed to go. Found it. Stuck my head in, and Barry was here, and I thought, that's the right place.
gotta get one more, 'cause we'll cancel 2 meetings for lack of a quorum.
Jeez.
I did talk to
Don't tell me.
Michael Bowl
I did
at the
look
governor's
at
office.
Yeah.
Expressed
second floor, just to make sure.
a huge wish that they would get him our position filled. And he's like,
Came in right off of here, so.
I understand. I said, it's raining.
Just building it.
And so he said he'd check on it.
No,
It's not Lord, it's got the governor wants it.
it's.
And Amy, his name, she's got that application
Okay.
information. But
This is one of ours.
Joining the meeting.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Sarah Cleaver.
Is that
that's
me?
Dan.
Okay.
Yeah, I am. Hey, Barry. Yeah, nice to meet you as well.
Well, at least we have a quorum.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, EJ. Thanks. Yeah, pleasure to be here.
Well, you may have spoken too soon, but that's okay.
Yeah, that's right. We just saved all of last month's for you, Dan, so that you'd be here for it.
Joining the meeting.
Hi, Dan, I'm Monica McHugh.
Hey, Monica.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, pleasure.
Which Des Moines, what part of government are you from?
I'm the county attorney up in Boone.
Oh, really?
Yep.
That's my hometown.
Is it really?
Yeah, it is.
Been assistant county attorney there for 2 years. Yep.
It's never been the same since you left, I'm sure.
Yeah.
No, it hasn't, you know. I've only been gone since 1995. And then I moved out to Barry's area to populate it with more folks that aren't related, so.
I was trying to remember his name.
George Beatty.
Yes. Great
Yeah,
guy. I
and
worked-
John Slight, who's now was my high school.
Joining the meeting.
Oh,
Mary,
Yeah,
Markle.
and his son's on the police force.
Yep.
Yep.
something physical.
But he's been married for a couple years now.
Oh, a long time,
Yeah.
a long time, John's been mayor. And then Greg Ellsbury grew up, his family farm bordered my family farm out by the ledges. So.
Okay, yeah, he's been sheriff for a while too.
Yeah, he's been there for a long time.
George was a great guy.
Yes, he married
Joining the meeting.
His wife, his widow, a few months ago. But yeah, he was with CW.
The rules are going to tell them we're withdrawing the.
I pretty much got that, yeah. We have options, and we'll talk about that. There's no, there's no
When we
need to
come
do
to the
it.
rules for the board,
Joining the meeting.
go over the comments.
He was
They were
he was very, very
Yeah.
good.
Hey.
Hi, Jackie, how you doing?
Hi, Jackie. I'm Monica.
Yeah, but she was just right.
Meet you.
So she had blew past the signs.
The agenda.
Only 102, so we're good.
Yeah, George was really good.
Take the roll.
He had been very
Call the meeting then.
He was position took the railroad. He was a
Clipboard go?
He was a regional manager.
I don't know. Who has the clipboard?
I do.
Mary opened up a store in downtown Boone, so they were really invested.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All right.
George just passed away, and he passed away.
It's 103.
His wife just passed away.
Dan Breitbart,
Here?
Joan Corbin, E.J. Giovanetti,
Here?
Barry Lindahl. Here. Joel McCray, Monica McHugh,
Here,
Julie Potter,
Here.
Jackie Schmeling.
Here.
Julie, you have quorum. You have 6 members present.
Thank goodness.
After only 2 years on the board, I have to tell you, it's the emphasis is on Lindahl, not on the Lindahl.
Lindahl?
Mine's towards Dahl.
Joining the meeting.
So we can debate that later.
All
Okay, let's start with approval of the agenda.
I'll move that we approve the agenda.
Second.
Moved by Monica, seconded by EJ. All in favor of approval of the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we've got a couple of sets of minutes to approve. The short ones from last month and longer ones from May. Do I have a motion on the minutes for approval?
I'd move.
Second.
Moved by EJ, seconded by Barry. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Public forum. Do you have anybody who wants to speak in public forum? If you have a case on the agenda, you can speak then. Joan?
Joan.
Hello? Joan Corbin has arrived.
I am going to shut this door, I think, because we're right next to the dining room.
Joining
keep
the
it
meeting.
cracked, please, because I believe it locks.
Tom Drish.
Okay, that takes us to election of officers.
What positions are open?
The positions open are chair and vice chair.
I'd like to nominate Julie for chair.
Wait a second.
Feels awkward. All in favor? Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. And now for vice chair, I'd nominate Monica McHugh.
That second.
Well, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Wait, can I change my vote?
Comments from the board chair. Let me start off by apologizing for the huge agenda. We had to cancel last month for lack of a quorum, and I think staff was willing and preferred probably to schedule the meeting again in a week or so. But as some of you know, my sister passed away in the middle of June, and with the funeral and all the other things to take care of, I really preferred to wait. So now we have kind of a whopper of an agenda to work through. I appreciate consideration in letting it go and roll over. I think I have a tentative idea of who's interested in what committees. We can finalize that next month. What I have is that Dan will join Joan and I on the Rules Committee. Okay. And Barry and Joel will join EJ on the Legislative Committee. And that leaves Monica and Jackie on Communications, right? And then hopefully if we get the replacement for Stan, maybe he can, so we have a 3-member committee. If anybody has a second thoughts or doesn't agree with where they've been tentatively put, let me know. Otherwise, we'll finalize the assignments next month when hopefully we'll have a new board member with us. Okay?
Just one observation, as I understand it, Margaret, if a board member wants to attend the committee meetings, they're free to do that.
That's correct.
As long as
As
you don't
long
get
as
a
we
quorum.
know we don't, as long as we don't get a quorum. So I always ask if you're going to attend a different committee, that you give me a heads up so I know, exactly how many people are going to be attending. We used to have 4 on legislative anyway, but, just so that we make sure, we always notice them and everything, but whether we notice it as a committee meeting or as a board meeting, it's important to know if we have additional people coming.
We haven't enough of a problem getting a quorum for the board. It's all the other committee, but that's neither here nor there. Thank you.
That takes us to the advisory opinion.
Okay, and I will present this for you. Let me just give you a little bit of background. This did not come in from the outside public. This was something that I thought was appropriate for us to talk about and to issue an advisory opinion, which the board is able to do. We don't have to wait on a request from someone else. So as you all are aware, or most of you probably, there was a modification in Iowa Code in Section 22.3 that went into effect the 1st of July. And it added some language to the costs analysis and section of the code. And as a result, it uses the word reasonable in a number of different places. And we had a lot of questions that came up, what does reasonable mean? And so Hannah drafted and I reviewed this proposed advisory opinion, and it's certainly open for a lot of discussion as to what we want to do in terms of how to define reasonable, and to what extent should we be, do we want to do that? So this is a proposed advisory opinion that would be issued by the board. The question posed are, what are reasonable fees for a government body to charge to fulfill a public records request? And as I noted, Senate File 2322 did amend Section 22.3. It was signed by the governor on May 2nd and became effective as of July 1st, so it is effective at this time. The new language includes, although fulfillment of a request for a copy of a public record may be contingent upon receipt of payment of reasonable expenses, the lawful custodian shall make every reasonable effort to provide the public record requested at no cost other than copying costs for a record which takes less than 30 minutes to produce. All reasonable expenses of the examination and copying shall be paid by the person desiring to examine or copy. The lawful custodian may charge a reasonable fee for the services of the lawful custodian or the custodian's authorized designee in supervising the examination and copying of the records. According to Iowa Code Section 22.3, a person requesting a copy of a public record can be charged a fee for the record. A government body must give the estimated expense upon receipt of the request and may require payment of the fee prior to retrieving the record. The new legislation has made it clear that those requesting public records can only be charged reasonable expenses, stating, in the event expenses are necessary, such expenses shall be reasonable and communicated to the requester upon receipt of the request. There's not a lot of guidance as in the court law, or the court opinions as to what is a reasonable expense. The Iowa Supreme Court in Rathman versus Board of Directors of Davenport Community School District concluded that the reimbursement would contemplate reimbursement to a lawful custodian of public records for costs incurred in retrieving the public records. We find the phrase, all expense of such work, to be especially significant and indicative of the legislature's intent that a lawful custodian has the authority to charge a fee to cover the costs of retrieving public records. And they went on to say, while the legislature did not intend for Chapter 22 to be a revenue measure, at the same time it did not intend for a lawful custodian to bear the burden of paying for all the expenses associated with a public records request. So a reasonable cost for public records is determinative, of course, on the facts and circumstances of retrieving and copying the record. Not meant to be a revenue stream. It should it's meant only to offset the cost of retrieving, reviewing, and copying the record. The section also directs that copying, the costs have to be based upon the actual costs. Section 22.3 defines actual costs as only those reasonable expenses directly attributable to supervising the examination of and making and providing of public records. Those actual costs do not include overhead costs of the government body, such as employment benefits, maintenance, or electricity. The new legislation also added language that
Joining the meeting.
lawful custodians shall make every reasonable effort to provide the public record requested at no cost. Okay.
Please mute your phone. We're getting background noise.
Excuse me, please mute your phone, whoever just joined us.
They're busy talking.
Yeah. Would the person who's talking to somebody else in the back on the phone please mute your phone? We can only hear you.
Eventually, it's a little while.
There's somebody with children.
I push like in.
Do you want me to just go
Just
louder?
go ahead.
All right. The lawful custodian shall make every reasonable effort to provide the public record requested at no cost other than the copying cost for a record which takes less than 30 minutes to produce. This means that for a record
Joining the
taking
meeting.
less than 30 minutes to produce, the government body should not pass on the cost for the lawful custodian's time in fulfilling a record request. Also added in that section is this language: costs for legal services should only be utilized for the redaction or review of legally protected confidential information. This legislation clarifies what legal fees can be charged to the requester. Attorneys may review record requests to determine whether the government record in question is a public record or a confidential record, to redact any possible confidential information, or to determine whether to seek an injunction to restrain examination of the record. Finally, the legislation added that a person may contest the reasonableness of the custodian expenses. Chapter 22 can be enforced through judicial review or by filing a complaint with the Iowa Public Information Board. And we did receive one written comment concerning this from ISAC, the Iowa State Association of Counties, that I could briefly summarize, or if you have questions, or if there's other people that have input.
Okay, why don't you briefly summarize their comments?
Okay, the comments that we received from ISAC included, they sort of just reiterated what we have in there. One of the big things that they had a concern about was whether the IPIB's opinion limiting legal fees to only to the redaction or review of legally protected confidential information was too narrowly focused, and that legal review often requires extensive reading and consultation with our clients. And so that was the information, the main gist of their comments.
And my husband had just had shoulder surgery, so it was,
You know, we've asked 3 times that whoever joined the call, please mute your phone. We're getting a lot of background noise. Apparently they're not listening.
Yeah.
I have noticed like a odor a little bit.
Well, let's just carry on.
Okay. I mean, the other alternative is just to ask everybody to call
Hang
back
up
in.
and call back.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, not call back, and just have them identify themselves.
Whoever joined there that
They're
has,
not listening, so I don't think they're going to identify themselves.
yeah, they didn't when they were announced.
One more time, we're talking to the people that are on the phone.
Yeah, I was trying to today, after,
There's somebody that's talking in their background without their phone on mute. Can you hear us?
so, yeah. So I was like, I walked here and I'm.
Should we disconnect to let people call back
I think we have too many people on the line
to do that?
to do that.
All right. Maybe we can just talk louder and drown them out.
All right, still on my voice less. All right, anyway, there you go. In terms of that advisory opinion. And as I say, what we felt was that because of the number of questions we were getting about it, that it would be important to have something on our website as an advisory opinion that came from the board.
I'd also make the point that I think this would be a good topic for your column.
It'll go in the column.
Okay, and then just cross-reference the advisory opinion if they want the
Yeah.
full explanation. Questions or discussion?
So we just have to decide what reasonable means if it's brought up?
No, this is before you in its what we consider its finalized form.
Okay.
If it's appropriate and you agree with it, then you can just agree with it as written. If you have modifications or changes and want us to do more research or do something in terms of following up on something, we can do that as well.
We'll
We're
just
gonna
have
get a lot
to,
of, we're gonna get a lot of cases, so we'll have an opportunity.
and we'll decide case by case what's
I think
reasonable.
it is, I don't think you can define it any.
Well, that's just it. I don't know how you define
You
reasonable.
know, it always says facts and circumstances of each case.
Yeah.
And I do,
So-
yeah, and I do think it's important that we put in about just charging for taking out the confidential, legally required information. Because we've seen a lot of cases that have come through that the prices have been
Yeah.
very high.
But that's one question that I've gotten. so far is this language about cost for legal services should only be utilized for redaction or review of legally protected confidential information. So if you get 100 documents that I'm asked to review, is it only when I find the confidential documents and then I can review? I can charge for reviewing those, or can I charge for going through all 100 documents to determine what's confidential or not?
Right, and that's the new language from the statute.
I know,
So
it's
that's
not
what.
very helpful.
Right, so that's why we added in the third sentence there. It says attorneys may review records requests to determine whether the government record in question is a public record or a confidential record, to redact any possible confidential information, or to determine whether to seek an injunction to restrain examination of the record. So that's what, I guess, in my opinion, I felt were the best way to.
Yeah, I agree, but it still doesn't tell me whether I can charge for reviewing those
I think
100 documents.
you've got to let people be able to charge for the review, but I guess it'll boil down to whether you're making a good faith effort as a custodian.
Sure.
You really think there's a question that needs legal review,
Yeah.
and you can't just chuck all of them over to the lawyer having not made a cut.
That's kind of my comment, because obviously I don't want my county or my city to throw a box of documents at an attorney and say, here, review these. That should be the, city, county, state, whatever. They should be able to go through and identify what potentially could be an issue. And then they should be delivered to the attorney to review. And I think those documents that are delivered to the attorney, could be charged for. But I
That
think it
makes
kind of puts
sense,
it back.
but
I think
I'm not sure I can rely on what
And I
the city
agree.
clerk says, here are the confidential ones of the 100 documents requested.
But they should be able to know. They should be able to determine.
Sometimes it's not that clear, and I can see why a custodian wants the lawyer's review, but they shouldn't be sending over open meeting minutes for legal review, because there's not going to be anything in there confidential.
I think it's
Sorry, this is,
like so many
this
things
is
to
Jefferson
deal
County.
with. I
We're
think
having
you
a
gotta
very
take it-
difficult
take
time
the
understanding what's being said because
surrounding
there is somebody that is not muted, but the phone is going off, and it's our ability to hear the hearing.
We've been trying to get the person to mute their phone, but they're obviously not listening. There are too many people already on for us to disconnect.
I recommend dropping the conference, having everybody call back in.
There are a lot of people on the phone to start over.
They dialed it once, they could dial it again.
Maybe they stopped.
Maybe they were listening that time. I'm sorry, EJ, go ahead.
No, there they are back.
Excuse me, the person who has their phone open and has people talking in their background,
And children.
please mute your phone.
Well, maybe we should tell
All right.
people they'll have to call back in, and then tell each when they call in to be sure their phone's on mute.
Okay.
It's very disruptive.
Here's what we're going to do. Everybody that's on the phone, I apologize for this inconvenience, but we'll disconnect the call. I'll dial back in immediately, and then you all will need to dial back in yourselves. Okay?
And when you identify yourself, please confirm that you're on mute.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was hard enough to hear over it here, let alone on the phone.
Hello, and welcome to the meeting.
We can hear
Please
her.
enter your passcode followed by the pound or hash key, and I'll connect you.
You know what's going to happen? The person that isn't listening to us.
Thank you for joining Global Meet.
Might not.
Wait for the tone. Then say your name and press the pound or hash key. When you hear the tone, you will be the 10th person to join the meeting.
Jefferson County, on mute.
Thank you.
Joining the meeting.
Tom Drish,
mute.
Joining the meeting.
Wendy Meyer, muting.
Joining the meeting.
A shy person.
Joining the meeting.
Who is
Joining the meeting.
Who is joining?
Allison Dirksen, and I'm on mute.
Thank you.
Joining the meeting.
Emily Ellingson on mute.
Joining the meeting. Joining the meeting.
Randy Evans.
Joining the meeting. Joining the meeting.
Rick Moraine, I'm on mute.
There's that
Joining the
background
meeting.
noise.
They never disconnect.
William and Annalicia Gomes confirming we are on mute.
Joining the meeting.
Because they're still connected to the number.
Private Dale Johnson.
Joining the meeting.
Kevin Johnson's my phone will be on mute.
Joining the meeting.
Tim Beck.
Joining the meeting.
At least this person's going to hear.
Kim Johnson.
Joining the meeting. Joining the meeting.
On mute.
Joining the meeting.
Larry and vote.
Joining the meeting.
Garrett Strong, Iowa Capital Dispatch, I am on mute.
Joining the meeting.
Lucas Helling.
See what's right.
Okay, everybody, thank you for doing that. We'll hope that the offender has gotten the message about being on mute.
You know, in the future, Brett, let's just put it on the agenda, right below the dial-in number.
All right?
Remind people
So
to be sure
noted.
and mute their phone. All right, where were we? EJ?
I just think that, we as a board have to take this particular matter, like so many other things, and take it on a fact basis. And so I don't know that we could go any further. I think this is well written under the circumstances, and it's obviously subject to change. We might put out another opinion a year from now or whatever. But I also think that there might be merit in our advising governments that if they're asked for records, I don't think, and if they're going to be reviewed by council, it's not unreasonable to tell the person asking, give them some kind of estimate. You know, we got to go through 100 pages, or we got to have our lawyer, so we want you to know, and we don't know how long it's going to take, but it's probably going to be X maybe. I think that would be helpful. And the problem is the people that have been here have been shocked at what, when they get the bill. So I think if you could give them some warning beforehand, at least that might help. There's no magic answer.
And I tried to, where on the first full paragraph on page 2, where I just put because it's in the code already, a government body must give the estimated expense upon receipt of the request, and may require payment at the
Joining the meeting.
So if you remind them of that, I
Sarah Kleber.
we'll see what goes, that's all. We could spend the rest of the day talking about it. I prefer not to. Does that make sense?
It's fine with me.
You want a motion?
Are we ready for a motion? Any other comments? Okay. EJ?
I'd move it.
I'll second.
Approve it.
Moved by EJ, seconded by Monica. All in favor of approval of the advisory opinion as written?
Can I just ask one question?
Sure.
There was one in here dated June, and one in July. Was there a change from the June opinion?
The only difference was just the date,
Okay,
just because it would be issued today and not last month.
got it. Thank you.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That brings us to our action agenda. First case concerns Tim Beck from the Pleasant Valley School District.
This matter comes before you as case number 22FC0036, Tim Beck and the Pleasant Valley School District, and as a dismissal order. He filed his formal complaint on May 5th, alleging that Pleasant Valley School District violated Iowa Code Chapters 21 and 22 on April 30th. He stated that on April 30th, a group known as the Pleasant Valley School District Reconsideration Committee went into closed session without stating a reason, and added that while they were in closed session, the public was told there'd be no formal vote when they returned. He also alleged that he had not received a copy of the minutes from that meeting, and that the school policy required that all meetings observe open meetings laws. Legal counsel responded to the complaint, stating that this is a group formed by district policy to review instructional materials, is not a government body required to follow Iowa Code chapters 21 and 22, and that's references then attachment A, which I think was separately provided to the board. In that attachment A has the Series 600, which is the board policy that talks about this group, and shows the form that people can use to contact the group. He said that the group is not formally and directly established by the district. The group is chosen by the superintendent, meets at the direction of the superintendent, and recommends action only to the superintendent, who can choose whether to adopt the group's recommendation. Group membership includes a teacher librarian, a school board member, 2 community members, 2 high school students, and a district administrator. The group can appeal the superintendent's decision to the school board, which would be the governmental body. It defines a governmental body in Iowa Code Section 21.2 Sub 1 and subsections C and H, talking about advisory groups and when those advisory groups become a governmental body. And subsection C refers to a multi-membered body formally and directly created by one or more boards, councils, commissions, or other governing bodies subject to paragraphs A and B of the subsection. Or H, an advisory board, advisory commission, advisory committee, task force, or other body created by statute or executive order of the state, or created by an executive order of a political subdivision of the state to develop and make recommendation on public policies issue. Neither subsection describes this group. The group members are appointed by and report to the superintendent, not to the school, the district, or the school. The district is a governmental body as defined by Iowa Code, but the superintendent is not. The group does not develop and make recommendations on public policy issues to the district and has no independent decision-making authority. Even though this group is not a governmental body under Iowa Code, the group should make every effort to comply with open meeting laws, since the policy specifically states the meetings of the committee are subject to open meetings law. However, the district policy is not within the jurisdiction of the IPIB. We have the jurisdiction to review violations of Iowa Code chapters 21 and 22. Iowa Supreme Court has determined that an administrative panel of faculty members convened to review promotion decisions was not a governmental body as defined by this code section in Donahue versus State from 1991. In that case, the panel made a recommendation to the university vice president for academic affairs, but the vice president was not bound by that decision. The court in that case determined that the panel existed as an advisory board with no policy-making power, and that the board reported to a university official, not to the regents, the governmental body as defined by Iowa Code. Because it's not a governmental body, there's no requirement for there to be minutes prepared and released, and so therefore failing to take minutes in that group was not a violation of Iowa Code, or Iowa Code Chapter 22. My recommendation is that it be dismissed as legally insufficient pursuant to Iowa Code.
As the meeting started, I think we had Mr. Beck on the phone. Mr. Beck, are you there, and do you wish to speak?
Yes, I am here, and just briefly, I would like to make a couple comments, please.
Sure, go ahead.
First, real briefly, just wanted to thank the board for taking my complaint, and Margaret Johnson for allowing me to an open process to comment along the way on the process. It was very much appreciated. I can understand the legal recommendation that the board is taking, but from just to let you know, from a citizen standpoint, myself who's trying to be involved in the school district is very frustrating to read the board rules that they're going by, where they specify what's going to be an open meeting. And in particular, the gentleman that was running the meeting sent a letter out to all the participants specifically stating that the meeting would follow the Iowa Open Meetings Law. So again, I do understand from a legal standpoint, the board is constrained on their ruling, but I just would like to make the comment that it's very frustrating to be told that it was going to follow, the meeting was going to follow the Open Meetings Law, and it did not. Thank you for hearing my complaint.
Thank you, Mr. Beck. Do we have anybody here from the Pleasant Valley School District who wishes to speak? Okay. Board questions or comments?
I'd only see.
Julie,
Go ahead.
Julie, this is Randy Evans. If I could interject, I would like to speak if this is a convenient time for
Go ahead, Randy.
my comment. Well, I respectfully urge you to find that there is probable cause to proceed with Mr. Beck's complaint. I believe the order erroneously concludes that the Open Meetings Act doesn't apply to the Book Reconsideration Committee. You know, a careful review of the establishment of the Pleasant Valley Committee shows that it meets both the requirements that are laid out in 21.2 that Margaret mentioned, and I believe that it is therefore a government body subject to the Open Meetings Law. First, the school board did create the committee by a formal official vote. The school board minutes show that the Reconsideration Committee and the instructional materials complaint procedures were last approved on August 8, 2016 on a motion, second, and affirmative 6-0 vote of the school board. The second part is that I believe the committee is an advisory entity that was established specifically by the school board to develop and make recommendations on academic materials that are subject to formal objections from community members. By analogy, none of you would quarrel that the Iowa Public Information Board meetings are subject to the Open Meetings Act, even though after creating this body, the legislature then delegated the appointment of each of you to the state's chief executive and left it to the board to decide when you were going to meet. The Iowa legislature isn't the one who was picking you, and the Iowa legislature wasn't dictating when the meetings were going to occur. The creation of the Pleasant Valley Committee differs from many other school district advisory groups that are formed by a chief administrator without any involvement by or direction from the school board itself. School administrators in Iowa often create advisory groups on their own initiative to make recommendations to building principals or the superintendent on a wide range of matters that never reach the school board, such as committees organized plan after prom activities, or to organize a retirement reception, or to recommend new equipment for a science lab. The Supreme Court case that the order cite came in 1991, and 2 years after that decision, the legislature amended the Open Meetings Law to add subsection H that Margaret referred to earlier, and that's the subsection that says advisory bodies created by an executive order of a political subdivision are subject to the Open Meetings Act. And there's another aspect of the Open Meetings Law that gets no attention in this proposed order. The second sentence of the law says, and I quote, ambiguity in the construction or application of this chapter should be resolved in favor of openness, end quote. So even if you believe ambiguity exists, whether the Pleasant Valley School Board formally and directly created the Reconsideration Committee, and even if you believe there is ambiguity whether this committee actually develops and makes recommendations on public policy issues. The legislature's intent directs you to resolve this dispute between Mr. Beck and the school district in favor of openness. One more point that I will mention before I conclude. Mr. Beck asked for but never received the minutes from the Reconsideration Committee's closed meeting. Your staff's proposed order says that failing to release the minutes is not a violation of the Public Records Law because the committee is not subject to the Open Meetings Law. Whether the committee must follow Chapter 21 has no bearing at all on whether the records in the district's possession about the Reconsideration Committee or from the committee are covered under the Public Records Act. Obviously, if no meeting minutes were created by the committee, there would be no records to release to Mr. Beck. But if the committee prepared minutes or notes or a memorandum summarizing its discussions and recommendations, and those are in the possession of the district or the superintendent, then the Public Records Act does apply, and those documents must be released, unless there is a specific exemption in the Code of Iowa that permits them to be kept secret. I urge you to find probable cause for Mr. Beck's complaint and to accept this complaint and not dismiss it. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Comments, questions from board members?
Well, what if this question of whether or not the group was formally and directly established, did the policy actually create this commission?
It didn't create the members of it. The policy,
Committee, I'm sorry.
yeah, it just says instructional materials procedure objections, how a member can raise an objection. And it does create a recommendation committee, reconsideration committee, and list the 8 people that would be participating in that, and leaves it up to the superintendent to, I guess, run the whole process and the committee and choose who's selected and when they meet and so forth.
But the board created the committee, not the superintendent.
The board created the actual committee, but not as part of one of their policies on how to review instructional materials.
Do I understand this is distinctly different than the Citizens Advisory Committee that most school districts have?
Correct.
This is something different.
That's correct. You should have that in your packet, probably behind this order, an attachment that starts out saying educational program, Series 600.
The packet I handed out today on the table.
So we didn't get it with the rest of them?
No, it's right.
I don't remember seeing
It came in, this is one of the June ones, and it was attached in June and then inadvertently did not get.
It's right behind the dismissal order.
But I'm looking at the materials that were sent out.
Take a look at the packet on your table today.
Yeah, it wasn't one of the stuff that was sent out.
It was sent out in June, but not in July.
Well, it does say the Reconsideration
There you go.
Committee.
That's it, EJ.
Reconsideration Committee will consist of 8 members. I mean, that sounds to me like they're creating the Reconsideration Committee.
Yeah, but it says will consist of 8 members appointed by the superintendent.
That's a different function.
Yeah.
I think this creates the committee.
Yeah, I was unaware of this.
If there's additional information that the board would like us to track down, you could certainly, or if you feel like it should be accepted, you could certainly set it over to August so that an acceptance order could be drafted, and because the school district at this point in time is not on notice that would be entered today, so we'd have to set it over,
Well,
which is fine.
I guess the fact that the committee was created by the board is persuasive, and I could not support the dismissal order.
Well, it's kind of a hair to split here, but I guess I see a difference between a policy that establishes there will be a committee, and it defines the kind of members, but doesn't appoint them. That's all left to the superintendent. Although I do think Randy raises a good point, that whether they're a government body, any minutes they happen to keep would be public record. So I think we should look into whether there are, and
There aren't. That's.
they don't do minutes at all.
Correct. They did not do minutes on this meeting. That's
an issue.
That's an issue, yeah. And if there were minutes, it was a closed session, so if it's a governmental body and it was a closed session, those minutes would be sealed.
Well, they didn't have a closed session because they didn't think it was a
Right.
governmental body. I can see it might be useful to hold this over and look at the minutes of whatever board meeting adopted this policy.
I would support that way of line of thinking. Mr. Evans made a good point in terms of erring on the side of openness. And I'm unfamiliar with a committee in our school district like that, and that would operate and not be available to the public.
Well, then, let's hold it over. Find if they can direct us to it, the minutes where this policy was adopted, and then verify for sure they didn't keep any written materials about their meetings.
Ultimately, whether or not we decide they're a government body or not, I mean, it certainly seems from this amendment or this attachment that they're holding themselves out to be a government body, right? Everything in this attachment, in my opinion, indicates that they hold themselves to be a government body for which we're supposed to govern open meetings requests. I mean, they clearly state the meetings are subject to open meeting laws. We've been created by a policy of this district. I mean, I think they're holding themselves out to be a government body. I think we're doing that as well.
Yeah, without that policy, you wouldn't have a reconsideration committee, so.
Right.
Well, can I have a motion on tabling this for further investigation?
I move that we table it.
Second.
until the next month.
Okay, moved by Monica, seconded by Barry. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Thank you for your time, Mr. Beck and Randy. The next item on our agenda.
Thank you.
Yes. Chris Behrens and the Tama County Board of Supervisors.
This is case number 22FC0042. Chris Behrens as a complainant. The Tama County Board of Supervisors is before you as a dismissal order. This complaint was filed on May 18th, alleging that the Tama County Board of Supervisors violated Iowa Code Chapters 21 and 22 on April 22nd. He noted that the board held a meeting on that date without the proper posting of a notice and agenda. He alleged that the board did not grant a request to be on the agenda and did not keep minutes of the meeting. Legal counsel for the board responded to the complaint two different times, on May 27th and June 1st. Included in the responses was a letter from the county auditor noting that a notice was posted on the bulletin board outside the board offices on April 21st, 2022 at 10:45 a.m., which would have been prior to the day before the meeting. Because the meeting notice did not include an agenda item to allow for discussion with legal counsel, the April 22nd, 2022 meeting was canceled. Because the meeting was canceled, no minutes were prepared. The Iowa Code Section 21.4 requires that notice be posted at least 24 hours prior to the beginning of a meeting, and 21.7 allows a governmental body to establish reasonable rules of conduct for the meeting. 21.3 requires the keeping of minutes, but does not require the posting of those minutes. The minutes should show the results of each vote taken and information sufficient to indicate the vote, and the minutes shall be public records open to public inspection, is how the code section reads. Because the meeting was canceled, no meeting minutes were required. The posting of the notice and the agenda met the requirements of Iowa Code Chapter 21. The meeting was canceled. Canceling a meeting in and of itself is not a violation of Iowa Code Chapter 21, and in fact, what should be done if an agenda does not include necessary agenda items if there are notice irregularities. There are no violations of Iowa Code Chapters 21 and 22 alleged in this complaint. Therefore, I'm recommending that it be dismissed as legally insufficient.
Okay. Is Chris Behrens on the phone? Anyone from the Tama County Board of Supervisors? Okay. Board members, questions, discussion?
I move to accept the dismissal. I think it's pretty clear.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Dan, seconded by Barry. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Boy, the voting goes really well when there's no one on the phone from the board.
This is great, having everybody together.
Yeah. Okay, the next matter on our agenda,
Yes.
William Byers and Adair City Council.
Yes, this matter comes before you as case number 21 FC0081 as a final report. As you will note, there is a report attached to that from Brett Torsdahl indicating the terms of the informal and also the actions that have occurred since then. Those of you who've been here for a while, since this was initially filed last year and accepted on October 21st, we had a little difficulty getting to a point where everybody that was working with Adair, the city of Adair, was willing to participate in an informal resolution. We did have the city, everybody except the city attorney and one city council member did attend the training, and they were given the opportunity to review the PowerPoint presentation and would be, if there's any further violations, accountable for future compliance. So even though they didn't attend the actual meeting where that was discussed, with the change in the membership of the city council, the new mayor, they have some new city council people, it was apparent that it was appropriate to go forward and say that we feel that they have, the Adair City Council has completed the informal resolution, and that we dismiss this case upon showing of that compliance.
Okay, I have a question, and I'm sure this has been in front of me before, but item 3 in their informal resolution, we state the council agrees to post a notice and agenda of any gathering deemed to be ministerial where a majority of the council is present. If it's ministerial, that doesn't need to happen. Why are we?
That actually is language that was proposed by their attorney, because he felt that the meeting at hand wasn't a meeting. And so he said, fine, we'll just post a notice for every meeting we do. And so we said, okay, if that's a term that you would like included, we'll do it. And so that's why we included it, because the city suggested.
We do that, Duke, for all the gatherings.
Yeah.
We did when I was county attorney. It was just a whole lot easier.
We did voice issues.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But that was not necessarily a term we could verify. You know, I didn't go out checking all of their notices, but we just saw it as a good faith effort for them to make sure they didn't make a future error.
If you recall,
It leaves you in the position that if you truly have only a ministerial meeting, you're there to sign documents, and you fail to post notice of agenda, you're in violation of your own settlement terms, even though it's not a violation of law.
Yeah, they agreed to it.
That's their deal.
this, if you recall, the attorney refused to participate because he said it was ministerial.
Yeah.
He'd had a group of, he'd had a majority of the city council go do the walkthrough of the...
Which really wasn't ministerial.
Correct.
That's the problem.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I won't rock the boat.
He's trying to protect himself.
Yeah.
I think it's silly to put in terms that the law doesn't require, but hey.
And that would not have been a normal term I would have suggested in a draft, but
I didn't think so.
since they brought it up,
Okay.
we said, okay.
Well, I've
we
kicked
can
up enough
include that.
fuss about it. Any other questions or comments? I guess the motion we need is to dismiss the underlying complaint as successfully resolved through informal settlement.
Yes.
Even if it's excessive.
So moved.
Second.
Who seconded?
EJ did.
I don't know who moved.
Dan.
Dan.
Moved by Dan, seconded by EJ. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The next item on our agenda, Jesse Case from the Cedar Rapids Community School District.
This is case number 22FC0043. It's before you as a dismissal order. This complaint was filed on May 18th.
Joining the meeting.
Alleging that the Cedar Rapids...
I will be on mute.
Okay. Alleging that the Cedar Rapids Community School District violated Iowa Code Chapter 22 on May 18th of this year. He alleged that the Teamsters Local Union 238 sent a written request for information to the district superintendent on April 14th, 2022, which is included as Attachment A, and that the district had not responded as of May 18th of 2022. Legal counsel for the district responded on May 23rd, saying that the district reviewed this as a request for information pursuant to negotiation taking place through the federal mediation concerning the district collective bargaining agreement with school bus employees as indicated. The council stated the district was surprised to receive notice that a formal complaint had been filed with the Iowa Public Information Board because nowhere in Mr. Case's letter is there a mention that the letter is a open records request. Due to the fact that the letter focuses exclusively on the collective bargaining law and process between the district and the Teamsters, the district viewed the Teamsters request as a request for bargaining information under Chapter 20 of the Iowa Code, which is outside the jurisdiction of the board, in this case the IPIB. As a result, the district's position is that the formal complaint filed by Mr. Case against the district should be dismissed because the board does not have jurisdiction over this matter. In an email dated May 24th, legal counsel for Mr. Case stated that the request was intended as one for public records under Chapter 22. She added that pursuant to Iowa Code Chapter 20, the Public Employment Relations Act, a public employer has a duty to provide information requested by a certified union if information sought is relevant to the bargaining or the processing of a grievance, citing decisions by the public, by PERB. On May 25th, the district agreed that they would consider the information request as a public records request and that it would review the records for any records that might be confidential and provide an estimate for any fees. The district considered the April letter to be a request for information, and in the legal counsel for Mr. Case had cited Iowa Code Chapter 22 authority as well. They've now agreed to go forward with a public records request for the information. At this time, there's no allegation that the Iowa Code Chapter 22 had been violated, and we're not really involved in resolving disputes under collective bargaining laws or Chapter 20, and at this point in time, I'm recommending that it be dismissed as legally insufficient.
So we're dismissing this, but it's moving forward as a public records request, which may or may not come back as a separate complaint.
It hasn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is Jesse Case on the line or anybody from the Cedar Rapids Community School District? Nope.
This is Emily Ellingson with the Cedar Rapids Community School District. I'll allow Mr. Case, if he's on the line, to speak first.
Mr. Case, are you on the line? I guess he is not. You can proceed.
Thank you so much. I don't have anything additional to add other than what you've already outlined.
Joining the meeting. I'm Dale Johnson.
Counsel, you can continue.
Okay, thank you. I said I don't have anything additional to add other than what you've already outlined, Executive Director Johnson. Thank you.
All right. Board questions or comments?
We don't deal with Chapter 20 at all, correct?
No, we don't.
Correct.
So I'd move to accept the dismissal order.
Second.
Moved by Dan, seconded by Barry. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that brings us to Tom Drish and the Jefferson County Supervisors. Margaret?
Yes, this matter is case number 22FC0049, and it comes before you as an acceptance order. The complaint was filed on May 26, alleging a violation of Iowa Code Chapter 21 on May 25, 2022. Mr. Drish alleged that the board held a closed session on May 25th, 2022, without posting it on the agenda, without a public vote to go into closed session, and without stating the reason for holding the closed session. The response we initially got acknowledged that the board did go into closed session on a matter that had not been placed on the agenda, and because that matter came up at the last moment, and agreed that the board did not vote in open session to hold the closed session and did not state the reason for the closed session. Iowa Code Chapter 21 requires that a governmental body follow a specific procedure to properly hold a closed session. That's outlined in 21.5. Specifically, they have to hold a vote in open session to go into closed session, and they need to announce the reason for the closed session in open session as well. And so I'm recommending that this be accepted.
Okay, is Mr. Drish on the line?
Yes, I am.
Would you care to address the complaint?
Sure. So I arrived at the meeting probably about 5 minutes into the meeting itself. The Board of Supervisors were talking to a consultant that was talking to them about updating their website. After he got done discussing it, it was brought into our attention that Darren Hamilton, supervisor, told us that we would have to go ahead and leave because they're going to go into closed session. I expressed my concern then that there's nothing on the agenda that says it's going to go into closed session. No code was given why they're going to go closed session. Only thing that was talked about is that the auditor said that they could go into closed session. Chauncey Molding, the county attorney, was not present at the time when they mentioned that. So that was my first concern, taking legal advice from not your county attorney there with it. So right after that, I left the meeting to go ahead and talk to the supervisors who are just the next office over there. So, and Darren Hamilton's address to you guys said that the sheriff, Bart Richmond, talked also. I wasn't in the meeting then when he talked. So what happened was that the gentleman talked about the new website. We were asked to dismiss. I did. Now, no one else did. I'm not sure why.
Joining the meeting. Olivia Johnson.
Sheriff Bart Richmond was able to go ahead and discuss what he was saying. So just kind of take it out of contradiction of what Darren Hamilton's put in his statement here, that it did not go to the situation where the person talking about the website came in and talked, Bart Richmond was able to talk, and then they said to leave. So that was my issue there with that. There's been no reason. I posted also to you guys the minutes from the special session since the purchase of this property has been concluded and it's open record now. There was nothing in the closed session minutes that stated that this was anything urgent that they had to approve. They did have a quorum anyways, even if the reason to go into closed session was that one member wasn't going to be there. The next day, well, they could have still had a closed session the following day and still had a quorum to go ahead and do what they want to do. And nothing is posted on the minutes of that meeting that they even discussed the website updates or what he's wanting to do for the law center there in Fairfield. It just says that supervisors held an ARPA work session and it was moved to go into closed session right there, and they state the code. But on the agenda, it was not stated the code. So that was my issue there, is that there was no public vote to go into closed session. I was asked to leave beforehand, and there's nothing on there that addressed it, that they were going to go into closed session. And they would know how to do this. They went into closed session 11 times on the purchase of this property alone. So that's my issue.
Thank you, Mr. Drish. Anybody here from Jefferson County who wishes to speak?
Yes, good afternoon. This is John Beam, I'm the Jefferson County Attorney.
Okay.
Really briefly, I want to address the issue about whether there's an addition to us going, or the board going into closed session without a vote. What I really think that we're dealing with here, and I'm open to be corrected if I'm wrong, is essentially an issue of communication. As I said in my response, it was a small group meeting. There were about, 6 people in the room, and I believe that Supervisor Hamilton made more of a colloquial, informal, and informational statement to Mr. Drish and Sheriff Richmond and Chief Deputy Marcellus that they would need to vacate the room because the board would be going into closed session. I'm not clear exactly how that statement was phrased, but it could have been interpreted as Mr. Drish as an order that he needed to vacate the room, thus not having the impression or the appearance that the board was going into closed session or voting to go into closed session outside of a public venue. So at the end of the day, the board did vote to go into closed session. They entered into closed session. They did discuss purchasing property. That property was purchased, and now all of the matters that were discussed in closed session subject to public and open consideration. I believe that this is more of a decorum and a communication issue than a objective violation of the rules of Chapter 21. But as the county stated in its response, there clearly was a communication issue and an appearance of a violation, and essentially we're asking what the appropriate remedy would be here from Mr. Drish, because that's the situation and the circumstance we find ourselves in here. So.
And I would just like to address Darren Hamilton's statement. It contradicts itself again, because it says on there that County Attorney Chauncey Moulding was there, and as Chauncey just told you, that he was not there present when Darren told us to go ahead and leave. So to me, there's some non-truth telling that was there by the Supervisor Hamilton when it came to that.
Okay. And for the record, I get into the office, I think about at the time that the vote was happening, or as this was all going on. So whether the actual minute that I walked into that room, I'm not entirely clear on, but it was concurrent.
I just want to...
Just, excuse me, let's avoid a conversation between each other. I think you both had a chance to speak. Do the board members have questions for Mr. Drish or the county attorney?
I have one for the county attorney. This is Monica McHugh. On the agenda for the meeting for the day, was there an agenda item stating that the board may go into closed session?
No.
Thank you. That's all I needed to hear.
Yeah, I thought, this is Barry Lindahl, I thought I heard you say there was a vote to go into closed session?
Yes, there was.
Okay.
But it wasn't on the agenda.
Correct. I think we can sort this all out since we're recommending acceptance
Yeah.
and can deal with that.
It was not on the agenda, but apparently there was some kind of a vote. Is that?
There's a confusion apparently as to when people were told to leave, and that the statements were that people left and then they took the vote.
Okay. Okay.
I move that we accept the acceptance order.
Joining the meeting.
Boy, that's disruptive.
Yeah.
Do we have a second to Monica's motion?
Joan.
Okay, moved by Monica, seconded by Joan to accept the acceptance order. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That takes us to our next topic, William Evans and the Department of Revenue.
Yes, this complaint was filed, this is complaint number 22FC0061. It was filed on June 13th, 2022, alleging a violation of Iowa Code Chapter 22. He alleged that he requested the documented reasons and rationale for a resignation in lieu of termination of an IDR employment. He further alleged that in response he was told that the records were confidential personnel records. He provided copies of the email communications that he had with IDR between June 2nd and June 13th, and those emails did indicate that the IDR declined to provide the specific information required to be released by Iowa Code Section 22.7, Sub 11, Sub A, Sub 5. In response to the complaint, IDR provided additional communications from Mr. Evans, along with a statement that the records were confidential. Copies of the records that were released on May 23rd, 2022, including a notice of resignation and employment dates, were also provided. And those were released to Mr. Evans, but still did not contain the information in Iowa Code Section 22.711A5. And for your reading pleasure, Iowa Code Section 22.7 sub 11 is listed there. The subsection at issue is number 5. That's in bold, saying the fact that an individual resigned in lieu of termination, was discharged, or was demoted as a result of a disciplinary action, and the documented reasons and rationale for the resignation in lieu of the termination, the discharge, or the demotion. That's the information that is required to be released. At issue was whether or not the records released by IDR were sufficient pursuant to Iowa Code. We actually issued an advisory opinion in 2018 that provided guidance on that subsection. Specifically, our advisory opinion says, in order to meet the new requirement in 22.7.11A5, government bodies must say which law, rule, or policy, if any, they believe the employee violated and provide at least one sentence about the behavior or incident that triggered the action. The explanation should include details such as the dates of the alleged behavior, location, and how it was discovered. A copy of that advisory opinion was provided to both parties, and on June 28th, the IDR released a copy of the June 23rd discharge letter, June 23rd, 2021 discharge letter sent to the terminated employee. That letter did provide the specific reasons for discharge, including the dates of previously disciplinary actions. The additional record release did meet the requirements of the code and our advisory opinion. Subsequent to that, Mr. Evans requested copies of previous written warnings or reprimands that are noted in the discharge letter released by IDR. That record request was not included in the original complaint and in all likelihood is not required for release pursuant to 22.7.11A5 because the termination letter did list previous disciplinary actions, including a reprimand and a 1, 3, or 5-day work suspension, but there was no demotions as necessary to require the release of such information. Although IDR should have released more information in response to the initial record request, the matter has now been appropriately resolved, and my recommendation is that we dismiss this due to the release of the records.
Do we have either Mr. Evans or anybody from the Department of Revenue on the line? Questions or comments from board members?
So Mr. Evans is satisfied?
Yes. Yeah, and he was dealing with, and I initially was dealing with, a non-legal counsel from the Iowa Department of Revenue, so I think once I sent our advisory opinion and said, here's what needs to be released, they were very prompt in releasing what needed to be released, and I don't see this as being a problem going forward.
Move to dismiss.
I second.
Moved by EJ, seconded by Jackie. All in favor of the dismissal order signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That brings us to number 7, and Alicia Gomes and the Bettendorf Community School Board.
Okay.
Hi, I have a comment real quick, please. This is Alicia Gomes. Is it possible to flip cases 58 and 38 because of subject matter as to why the meeting occurred is relevant?
I think we're going to go in the order they are on our agenda. Just bear with us here.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Right, this is case number 22FC0058, and it comes before you as a dismissal order with Annalisa Gomes and Bettendorf Community School Board. This formal complaint was filed on June 2nd, alleging that the Bettendorf Community School Board violated Iowa Code Chapter 21 on May 25th, 2022. The allegation is that the board held a meeting described as, in quotes, a parents' working group to discuss the problems at Bettendorf Middle School. Ms. Gomes alleged that the board would not allow the public to record the meeting or allow the press to attend. She also allowed that the board did not videotape the meeting. Also alleged that they didn't videotape. Legal counsel for the board responded to the complaint, saying that the gathering on May 25th was not a meeting of the board. Counsel explained that the board superintendent arranged 2 community workshops to be held on May 25th, 2022. The first meeting was for Bettendorf Middle School staff and the superintendent to discuss concerns about Bettendorf Middle School. About 110 people attended the meeting. The second meeting occurred later that same day and allowed BMS parents and staff to discuss their concerns about the middle school. There were about 300 people in attendance at this gathering. Those attending were divided into about 40 small groups of around 6 to 8 people to brainstorm and report back to the entire group. Council added that it was not a meeting of the board and there was no deliberation or action was taken by the board at either event. Council added that although there were some board members present, they only participated as individual members of small groups. Reports from the meeting were collected by the superintendent and presented to the board at its meeting on May 26, 2022. On June 30th, Ms. Gomes replied to those comments. She stated that there were 6 of the 7 board members present at the gathering on May 25th. She also alleged that the board is a governmental body, but there's no dispute that the Bettendorf Community School Board is a governmental body as defined by Chapter 21. Iowa Code Section 21.2 Sub 2 defines a meeting as a gathering in person or by electronic means, formal or informal, of a majority of the members of a governmental body where there is deliberation or action upon any matter within the scope of the governmental body's policymaking duties. Meetings shall not include a gathering of members of the governmental body for purely ministerial or social purposes when there is no discussion of policy and no intent to avoid the purposes of this chapter. Review of the information provided by legal counsel for the board confirms that neither gathering met the definition of a meeting. The board members present did not engage in deliberation or take any action as a board, and no action was taken on that day. Included in various information provided by the legal counsel were exhibits of copies of local media reports describing the concerns about the behavior of the BMS students and the resulting community interest in this issue. It's my recommendation that this be dismissed as legally insufficient.
Okay, Ms. Gomes, did you want to make some comments now?
Hi. Yes, I do. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss my open meetings violation against Bettendorf Community School District. I think that before I dive into why this complaint has merit under Code 21, it's best to give you a brief background. On May 12, 2022, multiple teachers, support staff, and community members spoke up about the behavioral concerns and lack of action by the administration and the board at Bettendorf Middle School. These behavioral concerns included, but were not limited to, physical assault, lies threatened, theft, truancy, damage to school property, and profanity used by the students to adults. After almost 10,000 views of our school board meeting on Vimeo, news articles, and media coverage, a workshop was brought forth as a collaboration of administration, board members, and students and parents of Bettendorf Middle School as a means to facilitate improvement to policy currently in place under the board's authority. Although this workshop was supposed to be open to the public per guidelines of Chapter 21, I'm sorry?
Nobody spoke.
Okay. Excuse me?
Go ahead, Ms. Gomes.
Okay, thank you. One concerned parent with 2 students enrolled in Bettendorf Community School District, as a courtesy, wrote Dr. Morse, our superintendent, asking for permission to attend. She is currently an educator in a neighboring district with experience similar to ours and was denied. You have a copy of her denial to attend the meeting in the response that I sent you earlier. The concern with her denial was that not only was I personally invited, with no children currently in the middle school, but that there were other community members that were there that were not current parents. I'm sorry? I'm sorry, I keep hearing somebody's voice, but I can't, it's too faint.
Go ahead. Nobody here was trying to get your attention.
Okay. This workshop also was able to give the Bettendorf Community School District credit towards holding a community forum under Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the social and emotional learning requirements. Furthermore, as a courtesy to all the parents and community not welcome to attend this workshop, a representative from our community offered to record Dr. Morse's presentation on our behalf. The intent was just to record Dr. Morse speaking and not cover individual table discussions, which was communicated as such as a one-party consent state. Not only was this recording opportunity denied, this representative had his supervisor called and police were asked to step forth and intimidate him to gather his equipment and leave. His encounter was also shared as an attachment for your understanding. 3 media outlets were also present, channels 4, 6, and 8. Upon their arrival, a sign was located on the door that read, "Out of respect for an open, honest work session for our middle school parents and staff, we ask for no recording, live streaming, or media at tonight's work session." Again, our recording was not intended to leak any private information like students' names or anything of that nature. It was merely the easiest possible way to truly share with all stakeholders Dr. Morse's speech and any possible Q&A responses. No one invited or denied admission was aware of what exactly this workshop would encompass, since no agenda seemed to have been shared prior to the event. It's also relevant to advise that 6 out of the 7 board members were present at this event, which within Iowa constitutes a quorum, participating and engaging with those in attendance, asking questions and assisting with dialogue within the table group. In conclusion, I come before this board today with the utmost appreciation for all the board does and why this division is so important to upholding the integrity of the law within our state. As a workshop with a quorum of board members present, engaging in discussion to help facilitate new policy that would help all stakeholders move forward in a safe environment. The state policy on behavior was shared during the speech section of the workshop, with the discussion part providing the Bettendorf Community School Board with community input to implement new, more effective policy in the future. However, without meeting minutes or recording, how is it possible to give a truly honest and transparent summarization of the meeting if all stakeholders are not granted the opportunity to know what was presented and accumulated except for what was willing to be shared by administration in a summary fashion? Therefore, to us, it is clear the Bettendorf Community School Board was trying to keep the larger community from seeing for themselves the actions of the board, which is a violation of Chapter 21, official meetings open to the public. And I am asking for this case dismissal to be overturned and accepted as a violation in lieu of openness. That is it.
Thank you. Is someone here for the school district who wishes to speak?
Yes, I'm here. This is Wendy Meyer. I'm attorney for the school district.
Go ahead.
Thank you. As noted in Director Johnson's letter regarding her request for a dismissal, this was not a meeting of the board. This was a workshop for Bettendorf Community School District parents to participate in. A number of communications were sent to those parents, sent to community members. It was also in the newspaper that this would be occurring. The purpose of this gathering was for parents and community members to be able to freely discuss their concerns in relation to the Bettendorf Middle School, come up with some solutions, a brainstorming of what the issues were, what they thought some solutions were. They met small groups at small tables. We did have board members that were present as being interested members of the community, interested members of the school district. Those board members did not sit together. They did not deliberate. They were there to listen and participate as community members. I would ask that the board accept dismissal of Director Johnson.
Thank you. Board questions or comments?
Julie, this is Randy Evans again, if I could step in at this moment.
You can make some brief comments if you'd like, Randy.
And I apologize, this is Wendy Meyer again. I'm not aware of who Randy Evans is.
Can you identify yourself?
I'm the Executive Director of the Iowa Freedom of Information Council.
Okay, and so does anybody get to comment on the complaints, or is it just the complainant and the respondent? I'm just not aware.
Ordinarily, it's just the complainant and respondent, but I do acknowledge members of the media who want to speak, and that's how I consider Randy.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Randy.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to explain my organization's concerns before you vote on the proposed order. No topic is more central to the fundamental duty of a public school district these days than ensuring the safety and well-being of its students. In Bettendorf, as the complainant has explained, there have been numerous incidents during the past school year. This has been one of the most talked about concerns of parents and others in the community. I might add that this workshop or working group, or whatever you choose to call it, this gathering on May 25th occurred one day after 19 students and 2 teachers were murdered in Uvalde, Texas by a former student. It is clear that the gathering on May 25th in the evening was a meeting of the school board under the definition in Iowa's Public Meetings Act. A majority of the members attended. This was neither a social gathering nor was it a gathering without an official purpose. They weren't there for what the open meetings law refers to as purely ministerial reasons. The board members were there to gather facts and opinions and to listen to frustrated parents. And it stretches believability that you could conclude that such a gathering does not fall squarely within the scope of the school board's policy-making responsibilities. I would add that, as Margaret pointed out, there was a gathering during the daytime on May 25th before the parents' event. And the daytime event was at the middle school and was attended by staff from the school. I don't know that any members of the school board were present, but if a forum of the school board was not there, then that event was not an official meeting under the definition in Chapter 21. But I think the evening gathering is different because we know a majority of the board members attended. The gathering was in person, and there was deliberation upon a matter that was within the scope of the board's duties. The school's attorney and the ITIB staff insist no deliberation occurred that evening, but I think common sense and Black's Law Dictionary tells us otherwise. Black says deliberation is the process of weighing, pondering, discussing, examining, or consulting in order to form an opinion. And when the majority of the members of the school board spend 2 hours in one location listening to parents vent about safety of their schools and the district's failure to bring order to the hallways and restrooms, and when the board members' participation in those discussions shapes the board members' opinions and guides future policy-making decisions, that looks like deliberation. One final point, I'll just offer this example that might help you grasp this differently. If the Iowa DNR board holds a special session to allow people to offer comments and make suggestions on what the Department of Natural Resources should do about the brain-eating amoeba being found in Iowa lakes, and if the DNR board knows members will not discuss those comments and suggestions until later, would you honestly believe that the gathering is not an official meeting of the DNR board just because no discussion immediately occurred among the board members themselves? I don't think so, and I hope you would not think so either. Thank you.
I would have just a couple of responses I could put in this order, but I kind of looked at this along as almost a fact-finding activity by the board members that did show up. They weren't required to be there. They weren't, there wasn't an agenda saying that they would be there and this is the action that they would be taking or the deliberation that they would be doing. They actually had this on the agenda for a regular board meeting the next day where they could have that open discussion and have that as a public meeting. I think you have a lot of government bodies that attend things like trainings. They go to, conferences and so forth, and maybe you'll have, a majority of your board of supervisors or a school board or anybody else that go to a training, and they're there in a ministerial situation. They don't control what goes on in terms of the agenda for that training, and we want to encourage government bodies to do stuff like that in order to actually fulfill their duties in a better way, rather than just kind of hear about it later or not even care to get any kind of information. So that's kind of how I guess I was looking at this in terms of whether or not they actually had a meeting as defined by statute.
At the risk of revealing my age.
And may I add that
No.
distinguishing that scenario that Mr. Evans provided, this was not a board called meeting. This was the superintendent.
The board is deliberating, please. There's no discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Except for the
Excuse
board.
me.
Thank you.
Back at my age, there's an Attorney General's opinion I was remembering during this discussion from, I think, 1981, about whether the Civil Rights Commission holds a meeting when they gather to listen to concerns and gather facts. And that opinion, at least, concluded that was deliberation, that fact gathering is deliberation within the scope of the open meetings law. I think that's different than a training session where you're getting information about the law and policy. So I guess we might take a look at that old opinion and whether it's still valid or anything has updated it, but it would include deliberation and gathering facts.
I would question whether it is a public meeting, because when you have like boards of supervisors that do work sessions, most of the time you don't have minutes. They're gathering information, they're gathering input for discussion later on, or for decisions later on.
Did the Board of Supervisors members who attended, did they actually
Or the school board
participate,
members.
I'm sorry, participate in the discussion? Or were they just listening?
It's my...
Is that asking me, Emily?
No, we're not. Let the board members
Okay.
please discuss it.
It's my understanding that there were members that attended and individually participated in different small group, these up to 40 small group groups. They weren't sitting all together and listening to comments or taking in comments in total. They were participating, if they did participate, in individual groups.
So there wouldn't have been a quorum in one place listening to one set of facts
For a
being
majority.
presented. But the first meeting where there's about 110, isn't that a separate meeting?
That's a separate meeting, yeah. That's the staff meeting.
If the board members were there for that, that concerns me, that they were fact
No,
gathering.
I don't think they were.
They were only at the groups of 40?
I don't know, nobody brought up whether or not they attended any of the, if they attended that earlier meeting.
Well, it says the staff and the superintendent, and I believe they said that they weren't aware of whether, I think Randy even said he wasn't aware if any of the school board members were there.
I would speak to this in that it would be a stretch for me to consider this ministerial. Some of the, we always err on the side of if we're all going to be together watching a basketball game, we notify as a meeting, even though it's clearly social purposes and being representative of our school district. But the danger there, the unknown is, like I always say, I would not go speak to one board member and then use that information to then speak to another board member unless we were in open session with meeting minutes and an agenda. So the danger, I think, for something like this is that very thing. If someone speaks to a board member and then a board member gives their thoughts on that particular thing and then they go to another table and visit with other board members, that would be, and they know what the other board members said, then that's kind of a rolling meeting in my head.
Well, we don't know that happened in this case, though.
No.
I'm confused about it being public, so it was in the agenda, it was posted in the paper, but yet then people were denied to come to it.
Did they publish an agenda? I'm not sure.
There were news reports about what was going on and so forth, but they didn't post it, I don't think, as a meeting, like here's a meeting of the school board. I think it was just here's a opportunity for parents to participate and express their concerns so that the superintendent could gather that information to then take the next day to the board meeting for discussion.
Well, I have another question. When the second meeting, if it's true there was only staff and the superintendent at the first one of 110 people, I guess I'd like to be sure board members weren't there. And when they broke up into groups of 40, your report says of about 6 to 8 people to brainstorm and then report back to the entire group. How was the reporting back done? Was it kind of addressing the whole crowd, at which there would be a quorum?
I don't know the answers to those questions.
I guess that, I'm concerned again then, if there was a quorum there, and they were broken into small groups, but there was a reporting back so that a quorum of the board was in the room as these reports were given, then I think you should probably take a look at that old AG's opinion, because that would define it as being deliberation.
Or did they take, because the school board met the next evening, is that correct?
Yes, the school board
So,
had a regular meeting.
Potentially, that information from the night before would have been presented to the school board the next night,
Yes.
which was a public meeting with an agenda and discussion. I'm kind of torn as a parent of former middle schoolers and issues. I know what the law says on what a public meeting is, but as a parent, some of the things that are discussed, I'm not sure I want to be public. If you've got issues and things like that, I'd rather present the information, in the small groups and at least have the school board members and the superintendent be aware of issues, hearing it directly from parents, and then be able to kind of put it together so there isn't any personal identification with kids or things like that. But I am concerned because of the number of, how many are on the school board on this?
I think 7 is your normal school board.
7 is the, okay, so.
Well, yeah, because it's like 6 out of 7.
Okay. So.
6 of the 7.
So 6 of the 7. So I'm concerned with that, but I guess I'd like to have more information. I guess I would prefer to table this until next meeting to have a little more information.
What kinds of things would you be looking for, Monica?
I guess I want to hear more, like Julie stated, were any of the school board members at the 110, with the 110 people gathered? But I'd like more information on the gathering that they had and how was the information compiled? Was there a report back, like Julie said,
To the
that
whole
night
group, yeah.
to the whole group? Or was that information not shared that night, but the next night with the school board? And that's,
I'm sensitive to Monica's concerns as well. However, the thing that bothers me is that there were 6 members present, they did participate, and there was a report that was gathered, and as a result of that, was the information and the report were gathered and presented to the board. So I guess if we weren't going to table, I could not accept the dismissal, so I'm not against tabling it if that's the majority.
Other comments?
Well, I hope we're not going down the road where we're going to say anytime the majority of the members of the government have to get together to gather information, that it's a meeting. I mean, that interpretation means you can't ever have a work session.
and I agree with you on that. But I'm just kind of concerned that I don't think that we've got all of the facts with this one. And because I am torn, the parent in me says, I agree with the dismissal. However, knowing what the law is and not having all of that other information, I know one of the big concerns is what the superintendent said to the group ahead of time. Did the superintendent have prepared remarks to the entire group that maybe could be released to the public ahead of, because he wasn't recorded? And that kind of bothers me. So I don't think I've got a good handle on what exactly went down in this meeting.
I don't know exactly what kind of work sessions school districts do have, and I wouldn't want to.
And could I ask Barry to expand on that regarding work sessions? Because my only reference point is that our work sessions are public meetings. Would there be some instance of something otherwise that you could speak to?
No, we don't. We post notice. We treat work sessions as meetings.
Right.
Post the agenda, they don't take any action, but I'm not sure everybody does that. And I wouldn't want every city or county to think you can't have a work session unless you treat it as a meeting. Because they're not. There's no action or deliberation taken.
It's more information gathering.
Yeah.
That gets us back to what the definition of deliberation is, and then the old AG opinion that indicates fact gathering is part of deliberation, which may make it different than some work sessions. Anyway, I think it merits tabling to look at some of those fact questions a little more closely.
I move to.
I'll second.
Okay. Moved by EJ, seconded by Monica. All in favor of tabling, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Takes us to Gomes number 2, William Gomes in the Bettendorf Community School District.
This is case number 22FC0038. Somebody's sneezing.
I think we're done.
This is case number 22FC0038. It comes before you as a dismissal order. It was filed on May 9th, alleging a violation of Iowa Code Chapter 21 on May 9th, 2022. He alleged that the board held a meeting without posting a proper agenda and that the board had not posted meeting minutes of a meeting to be held. On May 23rd, 2022, counsel for the board responded to the complaint and included a copy of the meeting agenda, which is included in your packet. It says Exhibit A on the bottom of it. It's a special board meeting. Council stated that the agenda was posted on May 6th on the board's website, on the bulletin board at the school district's administrative center, and on the door of the boardroom. In addition, legal counsel provided a copy of a May 6th email addressed to 10 media outlets with a meeting agenda, and that agenda is still available on the board's website. Iowa Code Section 21.4 requires that a governmental body post notice 24 hours prior to a meeting. Notice is only required to be posted on a bulletin board or other prominent place which is easily accessible to the public and clearly designated for that purpose at the principal office of the body holding the meeting, or if no such office exists at the building in which the meeting is to be held. Advising the media is also required. Iowa Code does not require that meeting minutes be posted. In this case, and then he also alleged at a later date that the Bettendorf Community School Board also violated Iowa Code Chapter 22 at its meeting on May 25th, which was the subject of the complaint filed by Alicia Gomes on June 2nd that we just dealt with. In this case, my recommendation is to dismiss as legally insufficient.
Okay, is Mr. Gomes on the phone? No. And anybody?
I'm sorry, I couldn't find the mute button.
If you'd like to speak, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. Hi, my name is William Gomes, and I am a resident of Bettendorf, Iowa. I have 4 daughters in the Bettendorf School District. I bring formal complaint 22FC0038 against the Bettendorf School Board for a meeting held May 9th, 2022. The Bettendorf School Board defense hinges on Exhibit A, a tentative agenda for that meeting. I would like this board to evaluate this tentative agenda against IPBIA guidelines, rules, regulations, procedures, and precedents. I believe Exhibit A is a prime example of what not to do. In addition, I submit that Exhibit A does not meet the prerequisites to be called reasonable notice, because a group of people is most appropriate to interpret whether the defense Exhibit A is enough to provide reasonable notice. I ask of the IPBIA board to accept 22FC0038 to be heard. And once Exhibit A is evaluated and found not reasonable, that they would find in my favor. And I've included in my brief some of the training materials that suggest from precedent that this tentative agenda is the prime definition of what not to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gomes. And again, is there anybody here from the Bettendorf School District?
I'm here. This is Wendy Meyer, counsel for the Bettendorf School District.
Go ahead, Ms. Myers.
Yes. The complaint in this matter was a complaint stating that they are claiming that the Bettendorf board did not issue meeting notice 24 hours in advance. The board, we did. The meeting was held on a Monday. The information was posted on Friday at all those various places that Director Johnson stated. It was also sent to all the media outlets per the board's usual process. So there's no merit to the complaint, and I would ask that the board would accept the dismissal as recommended by Director Johnson.
Thank you. Questions or comments from board members?
I have one comment, which this concerns me on the agenda. So changes, everything need to be posted 24 hours ahead of time. But at the bottom of their meeting agenda, it says agenda subject to change prior to actual meeting time.
There are a lot of agendas that have that kind of language. Yeah, there are really limited situations where you can have an agenda amended less than 24 hours prior to a meeting. We strongly encourage that people not do that because...
Right. And that's why when I saw that, I thought,
Yeah, but I mean, like if you have some sort of an emergency situation that has to be dealt with, you can, but on our website and in information that we've done for past complaints and so forth, we've said that, it needs to be an actual true emergency and there needs to be a reason why you couldn't set another meeting 24 hours later and do proper notice.
this kind of supports the last claim that they actually scheduled a board meeting for the May 9th, where the attorney said the last one wasn't a board meeting, but here's the agenda for that meeting.
That was May 25th.
Yeah, not the same day.
Oh, it was the same day, okay.
Yeah.
No,
It was
not the same day.
So
I have my
what
dates mixed up.
was the complaint in this case about the agenda being too vague? Just
I can pull that out, but my understanding is it was about the noticing.
not being posted? Okay.
The argument seemed to be that it was too vague.
No, he does say, yeah, that it's too vague is in his letter to the board, but what was his complaint?
The complaint is that it wasn't posted. That's what I
Right.
get.
Yeah, you're right.
I can read it here. In fact,
When I read it.
yeah, it says description of alleged violation. Board did not issue meeting notice 24 hours in advance or provide meeting minutes of meeting to be held. He has a partial video of the meeting. They acknowledge they've been receiving complaints that meeting is suspicious and improper. He had screenshots and just said it's a long pattern of behavior that needs to be addressed. And to issue open meetings violations to this board and audit board procedures in place.
Well, he did post it, so.
They did post it, so his complaint, yes.
That would make it
But,
observation, I think, somewhat vague, but that's not here,
great.
Yeah.
not before us.
Move to accept the dismissal order.
I second that.
Okay, moved by Dan, seconded by Monica. All in favor of the dismissal order signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That brings us to David Huffman and the Batavia City Council.
This is case number 22FC0047. It comes before you as an acceptance order. It was filed on May 25th, alleging a violation of Iowa Codes Chapters 21, 22. Mr. Huffman alleged that the council failed to post a meeting notice for the May 9th, 2022 council meeting. He further alleged that the council took action on a matter that was not on the agenda. Legal counsel responded, providing a copy of the agenda and minutes for the meeting in question. The agenda provided by legal counsel included this item: discussion on selling 400 Ford. However, the meeting minutes indicated that the council not only discussed this sale, but also opened sealed bids and accepted a bid for the sale of the property. The Iowa Code Section 21.41A requires that the posted meeting agenda provide a copy of the agenda of the meeting in a manner reasonably calculated to apprise the public of that information. Our website provides guidance on the drafting of an agenda, which I think Mr. Gomes just referenced, but it's there. It's all set out for you. The standard for compliance, according to the Iowa Court of Appeals, is that it should be substantial rather than absolute. And that court said if a public agency acting in good faith substantially complied with the law, that will be sufficient for the court. The court did caution, however, that a lack of wrongful intent to violate the open meetings law cannot excuse noncompliance. In this case, if the council planned to open bids and sell the property in question, that should have been specified on the agenda so that the public would be fully advised of the action to be taken. He also alleged a violation of Iowa Code Chapter 22, Public Records Law, but did not provide any information regarding that allegation. My recommendation is that we accept this as to the open meetings violation. And I will note, and I think it came in time for it to go to the members, but the attorney for the city, Lucas Helling, also submitted a response on July 14th indicating that, indicating a long history of what was going on and saying that they didn't actually have bids and take it up. They had one bid and they didn't approve the sale until a later meeting.
Okay, do we have either Mr. Huffman or Mr. Welling on the phone? Helen, excuse me.
Lucas Helling is on the phone, the attorney for the city.
Okay, if you'd like to speak, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, the board did reference my letter from July 14th, which just kind of provides more context to the situation that gave rise to Mr. Huffman's complaint. Essentially, the mayor was approached by two individuals about this property, and one of the individuals who approached the mayor was actually David Huffman's father. And the mayor simply said, well, if you want to, we'd consider selling it. If you want to submit an offer, you should do it at the next council meeting. The other individual, who is not Mr. Huffman's father, did submit an offer at that meeting. There was an agenda item for that meeting allowing for the discussion of the sale of the property. There was only one offer at that point in time. The board decided to move forward with that offer at that meeting, and then afterwards they followed the procedure set forth in Iowa Code Section 364.7 to actually consummate that transaction. And just on July 11th, they passed the last resolution they needed to in order to have the sale approved. They held their public hearing. They published notice of that public hearing. The property, as of today, has not even been deeded or conveyed to the party who purchased it. Mr. Huffman could have shown up to any of those prior meetings and the public hearing and voiced his concerns, but he chose not to do so. There was nobody that showed up at any of those public hearings or the meeting to voice their concerns. So Mr. Huffman's complaint is not completely accurate in that he says at the May 9th meeting, I'm not sure he specified the May 9th meeting, he says, first of all, there wasn't an agenda posted before the meeting. That's false. And that they decided to sell a property and in the same meeting took sealed bids and sold it too. That's false as well. The council simply received an offer for the property when they were discussing, when they were in the process of moving through their agenda and were on the agenda item regarding the discussion of the sale of this property. And they decided to take the steps necessary in order to consummate that transaction, but it certainly was not consummated at that May 9th meeting. They knew they had legal steps they had to follow, and they did that. I would also say that Mr. Huffman has a very colorful and extensive history with the city and with this property individually. That numerous disputes with the city about the condition of his property. I've had to personally be on the property while the city was cleaning it up. So because of that, I personally doubt the motivation behind the complaint made by Mr. Huffman, and I think that the information that I've provided the board would support a dismissal of his complaint.
Thank you. Board questions or comments?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. I guess, were there actually sealed bids submitted that evening?
I think that the bid that they received from this other individual was in writing, like in an envelope, but there wasn't like a big ceremony about opening sealed bids.
And the motion was to, quote, move forward with the sale?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it was. Which, of course, involved a public hearing where anyone could have appeared and voiced their opinion on the transaction if they disagreed with it. But no one did.
Do you have a response, Margaret, to Mr. Huffman's
I would,
or attorney's comments?
I would just note that the complaint was filed on May 25th. The initial response from legal counsel was on May 27th. This order, proposed order, was sent to the parties on July 12th, and then on July 14th is when the city's attorney filed the other statements. There's not even been adequate time for Mr. Huffman to be advised of what the statements were and everything. It just seemed to me that based on the fact that the agenda item only said discussion on selling 400 Fourth and not taking offers and so forth, that it might have had more people there if it had been better, if the agenda had been more specific. And so that was the reason for the acceptance, is that based on the initial information provided by legal counsel and going forward based on that information. So I have no idea as to, I can't tell you anything as to the accuracy of anything else that's happened since the order was sent out.
Further questions or comments from boards?
Well, I think the agenda item is, it's not great, but I think it's adequate, and they didn't actually sell it. They discussed it and made a motion to move forward with it. And then they did follow the proper process of adopting a resolution, setting a public hearing, and going through that process. So the complaint is about the adequacy of the notice, right?
Right. Well, taking action on a matter that was not on the agenda.
Yeah, I don't see it.
I tend to agree with Barry. I think the question is whether or not it was, the information on the agenda was reasonably sufficient to alert interested people. If I was an interested person on this piece of land and they even put the land in discussion, I think that would be sufficient enough for me to know that I should probably attend the meeting, right? Discussion on selling a 404th. The fact that the word selling and the property, specific property, were listed in as an action item, I think are sufficient to alert the public that that's what we're going to be discussing.
I can certainly, if you table it, I can certainly pull all of those meetings that are listed in this July 14th letter, and look at all the agendas and minutes since then.
I guess I don't read it the same way as you folks. It talks about, I read it as though a council could have reached the conclusion not to sell it because it says discussing the sale. So I don't think it's consistent with their action, but reasonable minds can differ.
I kind of agree with EJ. That's kind of the way I read it too, is that it was discussion, it wasn't accept a bid. It was just the discussion.
So I'm accustomed to the process where you advertise and take bids and set a deadline, and I guess this is too far from that process, which I think is a better process, but that's just me.
Well, is it worth tabling to have Margaret get some more information about the later meetings and notices that track the sale?
In my opinion, yes.
I don't know, I mean, is the information about the later meetings pertinent to the question as to whether or not this was sufficient information to the public? Because I don't think anything that happened after the fact is relevant whatsoever. That's just my opinion. The question is about whether or not the agenda item was sufficient to alert the public. And I don't think anything subsequent after the fact is relevant to the matter in our opinion.
I agree with that.
Okay. Want to make a motion?
Seems to me like we're a little split, right? We've got two people that have spoken out that believe that it was sufficient, and then two that don't.
Or would be willing to table it to look?
Well, I'd make a motion to dismiss the complaint.
I would second that motion.
But we have an acceptance.
Well, he's overruling the acceptance and saying he'd just dismiss it.
We would have to have, I think, under our rules and also under the code, we do have to have a written dismissal, setting forth the grounds for dismissing. That's contemplated both in the statute and in our rules. So if the board wants to dismiss the complaint, then it will need to be.
It'll come back next month.
It'll come back next month, and I'll do a actual dismissal order so that there's something specific that meets our requirements.
What if we defeat the acceptance order?
What if you accept the acceptance order?
Yeah. Or no, what if we defeat it?
Reject the acceptance order.
So if
Then you won't have anything, and we'll still have to come back.
So if I understand what's going on, is if someone moves the acceptance order, it may or may not pass. What happens if it fails?
If it fails, then we do more research and bring it back.
Well, Barry's moved.
But the motion is to request that you draft a dismissal order. That would be
Would get
motion.
to what Phil and Dan are supporting.
Table it for the purpose of drafting a dismissal.
I move to table.
For the purpose of drafting dismissal or which?
Whatever you want.
Well, I think we need to give Margaret a little more direction than you pick.
Well, if it's to table it in order to have Margaret draft a dismissal order, I would second it. If that's the motion.
Is that your motion, EJ?
No.
This is the trouble with attorneys.
Yeah. I move to accept the order because she's recommending it. If I understand it.
I'm recommending that we accept it and go forward with the informal resolution process.
That's what I want. So I'd support this order.
So your motion is to approve the acceptance order?
Yeah, I'll move to that. We could do that. That might be the easiest. I'll just move to accept or approve the acceptance order.
And I'll second EJ's order.
Well, I guess I have to withdraw my motion because it's still
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Let's do it.
I'll withdraw my motion and we can vote on the acceptance motion.
Let's do a roll call vote. Sure we're not lost in a flurry of yays and nays.
So we're voting, the roll call vote is voting on.
Accepting it.
Is that gathering more information and coming back next month then? Or-
No, that would be going forward, if the board accepts this complaint, then by statute 23.9, we staff, IPIB staff, then works with the parties to come forward with an informal resolution that then we would bring back.
I mean, I don't know what the informal resolution would be.
Usually it's, in cases like this, it's training.
Probably suggesting more specific agenda items. Well, let's get off dead center and take a roll call vote on EJ's motion, seconded by Monica.
Okay.
It's okay to disagree.
And the motion is to accept the...
Acceptance order.
Or to approve the acceptance order.
Yes.
Right, Barth?
No.
And a loud no with that, okay. That's all right.
I'm not sure the recorder picked that up. Corbin?
Yes.
Giovanetti?
Yes.
Lindahl?
No.
McCray is not here. McHugh?
Yes.
Podorf?
Oh, God. I'll say yes. That was a weenie yes.
Schmillen?
Yes.
The motion passes 5-2.
And if you're still on the line, Mr. Helling, Margaret will be in touch with you about next steps.
So just so I understand, because I had some trouble hearing, so the acceptance motion passed 5-2? That's the motion that was voted on?
Yes. And
So
Margaret
their
will be,
agenda should have been different?
should have been more specific. But Margaret will be back in touch with you.
Sure.
Okay.
I don't know how you could be more specific. Do we have reconsideration motions in the...
We're not today.
I don't.
Let's move on to Kevin Johnson and the City of Hamburg.
This case is also before you as a proposed acceptance order. This is 22 FC 0060, Kevin Johnson and the City of Hamburg. In full disclosure, I used to be the Fremont County attorney, so Hamburg was one of the cities within my jurisdiction as county attorney. This complaint was filed on June 6, 2022, alleging that the City of Hamburg violated Iowa Code Chapter 22. Mr. Johnson alleged he made a request for records to the city on May 9th. He requested an opportunity to inspect or obtain copies of public records that pertain to the application for, the award of, or the dispensation of any state or federal grant monies from March 2019 to the present, to include written or electronic correspondence that constitute public records, whether on publicly owned computers or cell phones, or privately owned computers and cell phones used to conduct official public duties. The city acknowledged this record request on May 29th, but no further action or response was received by Mr. Johnson after that date. After 29 days, he filed the complaint that's before you. Initially, the city attorney responded that the records were being managed by other agencies and not by the city. He added that the clerk had left and that other employees did not know how to respond to public record requests. Iowa Code Section 22.22 states that government bodies should not prevent the examination or copying of a public record by
Joining the meeting.
contracting with a non-government body to perform any of its duties or functions. Records concerning grants funded through the city are city records, even if other agencies are assisting the city with grant management. The city provided some records on June 9th. Mr. Johnson stated that he was aware there were other responsive records that had not yet been released. The information provided by the city appears to confirm this. I'm recommending acceptance so that we can assist the parties in determining, where the records are and to get the rest of those released appropriately to Mr. Johnson.
Okay, do we have Mr. Johnson or somebody from the City of Hamburg on the phone? Okay. Board questions?
I think Kevin Johnson's on the phone.
Mr. Johnson, are you on the phone?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Would you like to speak to the board?
I just have a couple comments. Like you stated, I have received some records, but the majority of them have been screenshots in a PDF format, screenshots of grant management websites, and some of those screenshots include obvious hyperlinks to other documents that are not available in the format that has been provided to me. So there's still a lot of records that I have not received. Also included in the hundreds of PDF pages, out of the hundreds of pages, there's only been 2 emails, and clearly in my request it was for emails regarding grants. And I find it extremely hard to believe there were only 2 emails responsive to my request.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. And do we have anybody for the city here? Nope. All right. Board questions or comments?
Margaret, is there a time frame in which the city needs to respond? I thought there was. I was trying to look through the code. I can't find it.
There isn't.
Specific date? No.
No. It's basically kind of promptly, and if you're going to not respond pretty quickly, then you need to have a reason.
Sure.
There's only one case I know of that has found a violation based on the length of the delay. It's from, 2013?
Right. It's all over the place in terms of, we have a lot of complaints based on the amount of time it takes to get records released. And it's all factual. It depends on how difficult it is to find them. Do they have to be reviewed and so forth. Yeah.
Well, then I'd say, obviously, after the complaint was filed, a couple of fire under the city, but I think they responded pretty quickly, and I think acceptance would just allow us to help the city better prepare for these things, so I'd be in favor of it, and I'd move forward with the acceptance order.
I second that.
Okay, that was a brief discussion. Moved by Dan, seconded by Jackie. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that brings us to Francis Mirswa, I hope I got that right, and the Potawatomi County Board of Supervisors. Margaret?
And this comes before you as a dismissal order, and it's case number 22FC0034. It was filed on April 28th, alleging a violation of Iowa Code Chapter 22. On April 4th, Ms. Mirswa had emailed the Potawatomi County Attorney with questions concerning a real estate purchase approved by the board, and she asked for assistance with closed session minutes or videos and with copies of appraisals. The board members, the older ones that have been here forever, have been here more than 5 months, might recall that we had a previous formal complaint filed by her concerning notice to a meeting, and this is Potawatomi County Board of Supervisors buying a small ski zone or ski run that's outside of what's in Potawatomi County, but it's just outside of the city of Council Bluffs. The complainant and Mr. Wilbur exchanged emails about the recordings of the board's closed sessions concerning the real estate transaction. He offered to find a copy of the minutes and identified 2 possible closing session recordings. On April 10th, she asked if he was a lawful custodian of the board records. He advised her that he was not, and provided information for any public record request she might want to file with the Board of Supervisors. He also informed her that the minutes were available for pickup and a video would be posted for viewing on Potawatomi County website. Although there was a closed session, and the closed session is allowed for meetings to discuss real estate purchases under Chapter 21.5. Once the real estate purchase has been concluded, then those minutes and any other documents generated from that closed session are available as public records. So basically, he informed her when those records were going to be available as public records. On April 20th, she asked why there were redactions in the videos. He responded on April 26th that only the portion of the closed session recordings that were completed would be considered public records and available on the website. Between April 27th and April 29th, they had a number of other emails, and he continued to inform her that the board was the lawful custodian of the records and provided contact information for the record request. And I've got a footnote there that actually gives you the link that goes to the website, Potawatomi County website, where how you can get public records. She alleged that the videos available online were improperly redacted and requested that IPIB order full release of the recordings. Mr. Wilbur, in his role as county attorney, submitted a response to the complaint. He stated that a public records request has never been made to the board by the complainant. He provided documentation that he had informed her on more than one occasion on how to go about filing a record request, because he's not the lawful custodian of those records. And that once she filed a public record request, the board would then go forward as appropriate under Chapter 22. Iowa Code Chapters 21 and 22 do not require the posting of public records on a government body's website. Posting records on a website is not the same as responding to a public records request. And then I actually gave you the information about 21.5B1, which details specifically that detailed minutes and audio recordings of a closed session shall be sealed and shall not be public records open to public inspections, except for audio minutes and audio recordings to be made available for public examination once a real estate transaction is complete. And if there's various real estate transactions within that one individual closed session, there may be portions of those recordings that would still remain confidential until that issue had been resolved. At this point in time, I'm recommending that this be dismissed as legally insufficient. And this initially went out for the June meeting, and I've not heard anything back from either party since then.
And I'm imagining that Ms. Mirzwa is not on the phone. Are you on the phone, Ms. Mirzwa, and would you care to speak? Anybody from Potawatomi County? Okay, board questions or comments?
Move to dismiss.
I second.
Okay. Moved by EJ, seconded by Larry, Barry.
All right.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That takes us halfway through our action agenda. What's your pleasure? Would people like to take a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Yeah, oh, well, okay. Let's try to keep it at 5 minutes and then resume.
It's 3:17.
Yeah, we kind of get that.
There are still snacks over here, including cactus water for those people who've never tried cactus water.
Cactus.
Yeah, it does sound yummy, doesn't it?
Just be careful.
And the recording is still going, so please avoid conversation about the agenda.
Hey, Brad, do you think we could tell the individual who's coughing that they might want to mute their phone? I don't either, but I thought maybe it was one of the speakers, but then it keeps happening.
No, not this time.
Could I just sit down at the Jasper Winery on Thursday nights? They have live music outside.
Where's that?
It's just south of downtown, headed towards the airport, down by Waterworks Park.
Yeah, when you go down where you can turn right on George Flagg, and it's a little winding road that kind of follows the river, but on the left-hand side, so there's a little winery. If you're going south and you turn left, you're going to be in the lake, but if you turn right, you can.
Like 69.
So Dan, you're not
I think they have food trucks there.
are you?
I'm from Sailor
But if you were looking for,
I was in the same conference.
I gotta be.
Joining the meeting.
Carol.
Be back in my room at
Well,
7
when I
o'clock
was
to watch
there,
the.
it was the CIC conference we had.
Is it just carbonated?
No, it's not carbonated.
Oh! Did someone milk a cactus?
Me too. That's everything. Doing a drink.
Oh.
Fascinating.
It's so gross. It's not
I was around there.
Can't, no.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
if it's just delicious, then I'll try it.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sadell was part of it too. That's, yeah.
So that's where I went to school.
There you go. I like that.
Recorder's office is here.
Okay. Yeah, I know Chris.
Yes. We played softball together when we were kids.
Really? Nice. He's a nice guy.
Right.
I interned there when I was in law school, so this is the only job I've known since I graduated.
Graduated, so.
I guess that puts us in the world of speculating.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
I did two law schools. I don't even remember who the county attorney was and all that stuff.
I put those in
I
there
never appeared in
specifically.
They can answer it, yeah.
Jim Robbins was the attorney.
That's right.
Longest
That's right.
time.
It was.
And then he's the city attorney now. Dan Kaloshin had been the county attorney for about 5 years.
How long have you been city
He's
attorney?
a lot to know that.
Well, I started in 75.
He just started, he's on
And became city attorney in 82. And then I went part-time.
My sister still lives there, but I
Question.
don't get back.
We don't make it till 5. Do we have enough for me to leave?
Yeah, we have more. So if you have to leave.
Yeah, I think the last time I was over there,
Took another water. I think there's another.
We've got
Oh,
seven, I'll take it.
I've got more upstairs.
Yeah,
If necessary, I'll
Okay,
run
I just want to make sure.
yeah, it's maybe the last one.
I didn't know if I
Oh, yeah,
have.
yeah. I will be done by
I
5.
started
I'm
getting,
just saying, I
started
just want to
getting
make
the
sure.
small ones.
Because I have to.
People
I have to
were
leave at
just
5 to
leaving
serve another
half of the big
alcohol.
ones. And I thought, I'd rather
Just
have
want to make sure that's
more
okay.
bottles
Or
to
if I needed-
recycle
I was
and
very active in
than
the
have it, I just pour the water into my plants.
Yeah.
Who was the guy that had the motorcycle that surrounds the
Jim Brady.
They are messy. It's okay.
Yeah, he was the mayor.
Our little courthouse in.
He wasn't the mayor when I first started. He was on council.
We'll bring it
And we had a
trash can.
5-member council.
Can I use that one?
That's right.
My new office, I get to watch.
The council would elect a mayor every year.
Go for the 20.
That's pretty good.
How many
Yeah.
years has it been
So
since you
eventually.
Oh my God. Well, always at the fair, so I always have a fried one in a about a year. Less than a year.
And he got elected mayor.
Could have had new facilities.
He was an interesting guy. I liked him. I mean, he was a little unorthodox.
Yeah, I didn't care for him because he was so.
I think you got,
Oh,
No, I think they all were
you know what he did? What he
Yes.
did, he got Pete Ferrero.
I like how this tells us what time it is.
Yeah.
The two of them got off
Three
the
different
corner.
places, and they got rid of that big piece of
And
equipment
said, we need to drop out of the league.
There is a camera.
Hell, if you get Des Moines out and Dubuque out, a few others,
Is this
there
our
ain't no
new
league.
place or just because we
I
have such
know.
a big
I had a hell of a time
day?
keeping
No,
them
it's
together
because the
because I
other
was
one
president
was-
all the time, or thereabouts.
But we're gonna be up
I was on the board.
for, yeah, I saw the lights off up
And
there.
the other,
I know, I'm like,
but you know,
it's
my
not
first
really good.
But I was told we couldn't use it.
Yeah, we're kind of
was
the,
a nun,
you know,
Carolyn.
we're the last
Farrell.
person who gets to choose.
Yeah, since we don't own our own
And there was
conference
another
room big enough to hold the meeting, we have to rely on CNR
What's
or
available?
Really nice guy. He's come from a
Okay, are we ready to resume?
family of, we've got a great
We're
long
ready to start
history
that?
in Dubuque.
the time is 3:23.
Tom something, I can't remember now. Really
Let's
nice
resume
guy.
our agenda with Michael Merritt in the city of Guthrie Center.
Yes, this comes before you as case number 22FC0019 as an informal resolution final report. And you will note that this is prepared by Hannah. She's the staff person that took care of this informal resolution. But basically, this the complaint was accepted on May 19th, 2022, and then the informal resolution was approved by Mr. Merritt on June 20th of 2022, and the city approved the informal resolution on June 13th of 2022. The board has not yet approved the informal resolution. The terms are listed there on the front, but basically the parties have completed it all, and at this point in time, we're asking that you approve the informal resolution, and then because the terms have been successfully completed, that the case be dismissed because pursuant to the terms of the informal resolution.
Any questions about the settlement? Can we have a motion then to approve the informal settlement and dismiss the underlying complaint?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dan, seconded by EJ. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Our next case is Roger Motz and the Rand Peterson Levy District.
This is case number 22FC0048. It comes before you as a dismissal order. I will note right off the bat there's a typographical error that I guess I didn't catch. Caught a lot of them.
Joining the meeting.
But if you look at the fourth paragraph where it starts out in particular, you'll note that on the second line, business is misspelled. So I will make that change before sending out this order. Again, this complaint was filed on May 23rd, alleging that the Rand Peterson Levy District violated Iowa Code Chapter 21. Mr. Motz alleged that on March 28th at 8:30 a.m., the district held a meeting at a time and location that was not reasonably accessible to the public and that they did not provide proper notice. He also alleged that the meeting minutes were not sufficient under Iowa law. Mr. Motz alleged that the violations he cited also occurred at meetings held more than 60 days prior to the filing of this complaint. Iowa Code Section 23.7 sub 1 limits the IPIB's jurisdiction.
Are we having mute?
Please mute your phone, whoever just coughed. And bless you.
Okay. Iowa Code Section 23.7 sub 1 limits the IPIB's jurisdiction to no more than 60 days. The other complaints were beyond the jurisdiction of the IPIB. However, they list the same objection. So he just had been objecting to the location and the times of meetings more than 60 days past. So this one, though, was within the 60 days. He alleged that the meetings are not reasonably accessible to the public because the meetings are held at the Missouri Valley Grain Incorporated business in Missouri Valley, Iowa. This is a private business located outside the district boundary where the district clerk and one district trustee work. If those that are not familiar with levy districts, there are 3 trustees. And a levy district is usually land that is serviced by levies or other water control issues. He alleged that the building location is too small to hold a meeting and that the parking lot is not paved. He added there are steps and a steep incline that would be difficult for him to navigate. He also alleged that the meetings are held during the workday between 7:30 a.m. and 4 p.m. rather than in the evening or on Saturdays. Concerning notice, he alleged that the notice is only posted at the Missouri Valley, Iowa Post Office. He also alleged that the minutes of January 25th, 2022 meeting failed to meet the requirements of Iowa Code Chapter 21, and he provided a copy of the January 25th, 2022 meeting minutes. On June 9th, the district retained legal counsel. Legal counsel responded to the complaint on June 24th. Council noted that only the March 28th, 2022 meeting is within the IPIB jurisdiction. Council also stated that the objections noted in the complaint that referenced Iowa Code Chapter 468 are beyond the jurisdiction of the IPIB. We're limited to jurisdiction to matters arising from open meetings and public records laws, which are Chapters 21 and 22. The Iowa Code Chapter 468 is levy and levy district law. Legal counsel acknowledged that the district is a governmental body as defined by Iowa Code Section 21.21I. That is the governing body of a drainage or levy district as provided in Chapter 468. So this is a governmental body and is required to follow Chapter 21. In response to the allegations concerning the meeting location, legal counsel noted that Iowa Code Chapter 21 does not specify a specific location for meetings, but only one that is reasonably accessible to the public and at a time reasonably convenient to the public. She provided photos and maps that showed that the location of the building is reasonably accessible and that the meeting time of 8:30 is not unusual for a governmental body to meet. Legal counsel also stated that no one had notified the district that the 3 steps needed to enter the building made it inaccessible. She added that Iowa Code Chapter 21 does not prohibit the use of a commercial space for a meeting, nor does it require that the levy district hold a meeting within the boundaries of its district. And as an example, she noted that the levy district just to the south, the DeSoto NWR Drainage District, holds its meetings at the Potawatomi County Board of Supervisors room in Council Bluffs, Iowa, which is significantly outside the levy district boundaries. Most levy districts do not own buildings within the levy district, making it necessary to hold meetings at other locations. The district clerk and 1 trustee work at this location and maintain the district records there. There are also computers and other equipment available at this location, and the district is not charged for the use of this space. Notices for the meetings are posted at the Missouri Valley Post Office on a board used for posting of meeting notices. Notices are also posted at the Modell Post Office and at the meeting location at least 24 hours prior to each meeting. Notice is also posted on the district Facebook page. A copy of the meeting minutes for the March 28, 2022 meeting was provided. Similar to the January minutes, the clerk did not indicate how each member present voted. Only the person who made and the person who seconded each motion was noted, along with a notation that the action was approved. Legal counsel noted that district clerk notes if someone does not vote affirmatively and that the district trustee who serves as chair does not vote. Since there are only 3 trustees, legal counsel argued that the minutes do show the vote of those present by indicating approval. Mr. Mott sent 2 replies, one dated June 6 and one dated July 6 of 2022. He stated that moving the meetings to Modell, Iowa would be preferable, even offering to pay any rent. He also expressed concerns that he would be trespassing if he visited the current location, along with a number of other comments that were not germane to this complaint or were beyond Chapter 21 and 22 issues. 21.41b states that each meeting shall be held at a place reasonably accessible to the public and at a time reasonably convenient to the public, unless for good cause such a place or time is impossible or impractical. Special access to the meeting may be granted to persons with disabilities. No other requirements are provided by Chapter 21. It's not unreasonable for a governmental body to hold a meeting in a location other than the business office of the governmental body if they have a business office. Levy districts in particular frequently do not have a physical location within the district and must meet at courthouses and city buildings, libraries, schools, and private buildings or homes. As long as the public is not excluded, Iowa Code Chapter 21 does not prohibit this. It's also not required by Iowa Code Chapter 21 to hold a meeting at a specific hour or day of the week. Many governmental bodies hold meetings during a weekday. It's not unreasonable to hold a meeting at 8:30. The district also offered to provide an alternate location or means of accessing its meetings if the public needs accommodations to enter the current meeting location. Iowa Code Section 21.41a requires that notice be posted on a bulletin board or other prominent place, easily accessible to the public and clearly designated for that purpose at the principal office of the building of the body holding the meeting, or if no such office exists, at the building in which the meeting is held. and that it be posted 24 hours prior to the commencement of any meeting. Notice was posted at the meeting location along with other publicly accessible bulletin boards at post office. The information provided does not support an allegation of a violation of the notice requirements. There is a requirement that a government body keep minutes, and that's 21.3. Specifically to this complaint, the language that says information in the minutes must be sufficient to indicate the vote of the members present. The minutes provided for review of the January 2022 and March 2022 meetings are not as clear as required by Iowa Code. It is preferable that the minutes show the vote of each member present or use language such as unanimous approval to specifically show that there were no dissenting votes. The district, once this was filed, the district did change the way it keeps minutes. The June 9th, 2022 meeting minutes noted votes with the language unanimous approval, which is information sufficient to indicate the vote of each member present. It's required that this complaint be within our jurisdiction. With the change in the keeping of minutes, this complaint does not meet the requirements of Iowa Code Section 23.8, and at this point, that's why I recommend that it be dismissed as legally insufficient.
Okay, do we have Mr. Motz on the phone?
This is Sarah Cleaver. I'm the counsel for the Rand Peterson Levy District, and I am on the line.
Okay, let me check again for Mr. Motz, and then we'll get to you. Is Mr. Motz on the phone? Apparently not. You can go ahead. Counsel for Rand Peterson Levy District, you can go ahead.
Thank you. I don't have any additional supplementary comments. I think those have been covered well by the review by Executive Director Johnson. And so unless the board has any questions for me, I'm happy to answer or further address those. Otherwise, we'll stand on our previous submissions and the recommendation of the Executive Director.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
Accessibility, is that used in the generic sense or as it relates to accessibility for persons with differing abilities?
The Iowa Code statute's not clear. It just, that's exactly what the language says. It should be.
Is there any precedent cases where you know?
I'm not aware of any.
Yeah. I've got a picture I could show, but basically that the council sent. But basically, it's a building that has 3 little steps to get into the building. But they said nobody had ever commented that they couldn't get in.
I'm just curious.
I move that we accept the dismissal order.
Second.
Moved by Monica, seconded by Barry. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That brings us to Courtney Peasley and the City of Derby.
Right. This is case number 22FC0033. And actually, you have 2 items before you. You have an acceptance order and an informal resolution report. We had, after the June meeting, we'd had a number of cases that we had recommended for acceptance. And when I contacted the organizations to say we had to postpone the meeting and that they wanted to know if they could just go ahead and start working on an informal resolution. We didn't have an objection. So this is one of those cases, and the City of Derby was in agreement with accepting, and they've gone forward and now have entered into and approved their informal resolution. So first off, the case number 22FC0033 is the acceptance order that's before you. The formal complaint was filed on April 25th, alleging violations of Iowa Code Chapters 21 and 22 on April 20th. The Chapter 22 allegation was withdrawn. She just basically checked the wrong box, and she just meant it to be a Chapter 21 complaint. She's the clerk of a neighboring city and alleged that they've been amending the agendas during the meeting and then proceeding to vote on matters not on the agenda. The mayor responded to the complaint, explaining that they've historically done that, and then she was not aware that that was an issue that needed to be changed, and that's why they were interested in going forward with training and figuring out what they need to do. So your informal resolution report, jumping over to the second half of this case, it lists the 3 terms. They've acknowledged that they changed the agenda at the meeting, and they are now working with Iowa League of Cities to arrange training, not just on chapters 21 and 22, but other issues that they thought would be beneficial. And they have approved the resolution at an open meeting and included the full text of the resolution. So they're not completed with it yet, but they have taken some steps. The petitioner or the complainant approved the informal resolution on June 24th, and the mayor approved the informal resolution on June 24th as well. So I'm just asking that you approve the acceptance order and then approve the informal resolution and direct the IPIB chair to sign off on that, and they'll continue to finish up.
And then schedule it for compliance review.
Yeah.
So moved.
Second?
I was going to say, any questions or discussion, but maybe not. Moved by Monica, seconded by Dan. And it would be a motion to
accept the acceptance order and the informal resolution and do a follow-up
schedule for compliance review. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
This is staff efficiency.
I guess so.
Thank you.
And that takes us to Sherry Pichon and the University of Iowa Police Department. We have a probable cause report. Margaret?
Yes, and this one had also been provided to the parties, and it was on the June agenda, and it's been continued over to today. But and I haven't heard anything back from Ms. Pichon as to whether or not she has any concerns or problems with it. I do know that the University of Iowa Police Department has legal counsel available to answer questions. I will try to go through this excuse me, as quickly as I can, because I think I'm losing my voice. It was initially filed on November 9th, and there was an allegation that on October 3rd that she had sent a request for all communications, including emails and phone numbers. She further alleged that on November 5th, she received a response from the Director of Legislative Operations and Project Management for the University of Iowa indicating that there was 1 incident report and 2 dispatch entries that were responsive to her request, and that the records were $5 per report for a total of $15, and that the videos could not be released because it was part of a police investigative report and not subject to disclosure pursuant to Iowa Code Section 22.7. Sub 5. She then questioned whether the UIPD had appropriately analyzed the release of videos as required by Iowa Supreme Court in the Mitchell versus City of Cedar Rapids decision in 2019. And a brief analysis of that is just below there, where it says that the Iowa Supreme Court required the lawful custodian to engage in a balancing test to determine whether a video recording should be released. Legal counsel responded to the complaint on December 3rd, said that the videos were still available, or the reports were still available upon payment of the $15 fee. He added that the videos would not be released as they were not subject to disclosure pursuant to Iowa Code Sections 22.7 sub 2 and 22.7 sub 5. The videos were captured by police officer body cam videos recorded inside the University of Iowa hospital and clinics. He indicated that this makes the recordings confidential under Iowa Code 22.7 sub 2, as well as under federal law protection of HIPAA. And the footnote, I just kind of give a little bit of an explanation of what HIPAA is, and that protects the unauthorized release of certain information by health plans, healthcare clearinghouses, and to any healthcare provider who transmits health information in an electronic form. I'm not certain that HIPAA would be a reason for withholding those because the UIPD is not one of the covered entities. However, it didn't matter in the long run. Legal counsel did not provide any information in support of withholding the video through the use of a Mitchell analysis. But UIPD did provide links to the information on the National Crime Information Center, a database maintained by the FBI and the Federal Drivers Protection Act at 18 U.S.C. 2721 and Iowa Code Chapter 692 Criminal History and Intelligence Data, all of which established confidentiality of the information that had been redacted from the police incident report and from the dispatch logs before that information was released to Ms. Pichon. This complaint was accepted on February 17th. We attempted to reach an informal resolution. There wasn't a mutual initially agreed upon proposed terms of an informal resolution, but then Ms. Pichon determined she was unwilling to execute that informal resolution. On May 18th, upon the issuance of subpoena, I was able to meet with the Associate Director at the University of Iowa Police and review the 2 videos recorded by UIPD during the incident in question. Each video was a body cam video recorded during an incident at the University of Iowa Hospital when the officers were called to assist hospital staff with discharging Ms. Pichon from medical care. Each video was 44 minutes long and depicted the interior of the hospital and the exterior of the hospital. Both videos recorded medical information and patient medical staff interactions, both with Ms. Pichon and with other people. The UIPD and the hospital continued to assert that the records were confidential under 22.72 and 22.75. 22.7 states that certain records shall be kept confidential unless otherwise ordered by a court, by the lawful custodian of the records, or by another person duly authorized to release such information. Included in those categories of confidential records are records defined as confidential pursuant to Iowa Code Section 22.7, Sub 2. Hospital records and professional accounts of the condition, diagnosis, care, or treatment of a patient or a former patient or a counselee or former counselee, including outpatient. So those are the records. That's what describes the 2 videos that I was able to view. It was clear from viewing those body cam videos that both the audio and video recordings captured by the body camera equipment depicted the care and treatment of a patient at the University of Iowa hospitals. While she might have other legal avenues available to her to possibly obtain access to the recordings, those recordings were properly withheld when requested as public records, because that would be anybody could request and receive release of those records. The HIPAA is a federal law, and it does not allow health organizations such as the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics to release private patient records without consent. She can consent to the release of her medical records, but her records would still be confidential pursuant to Iowa law. Iowa Code Section 22.7 Sub 5 also defines peace officers' investigative reports as confidential records. In 2019, the Iowa Supreme Court discussed the use of a balancing test to determine whether those records should be released in the case Mitchell versus City of Cedar Rapids. In its decision, the court first stated that investigative records are to be exempt from disclosure and are to remain confidential under 22.7 Sub 5, no matter if the investigation is closed or ongoing. The Iowa Supreme Court stated that otherwise statutorily prohibited investigative reports may still be disclosed if the prohibited materials do not satisfy a 3-part balancing test as set forth in Hawkeye versus Jackson. Another Supreme Court case, the 3-part test includes whether a public officer is being examined, whether the commission was made in official confidence, and whether the public interest would suffer by disclosure. The Hawkeye case-specific factors should also be considered when conducting a balancing test, whether the need for confidentiality is greater when reports are based on confidential informants, whether the information at issue references named but innocent suspects, and whether the investigation is ongoing such that public disclosure would hinder the investigation. On March 17th, the IPIB issued a formal advisory opinion and concluded that body camera footage, if part of an investigative report, would be subject to a balancing test. However, in light of the Mitchell decision, if body camera footage is found to be part of an investigative report, the Hawkeye three-part balancing test will be applied to the situation to determine its exemption status. That's the language from that advisory opinion. However, a Mitchell Hawkeye analysis is not required if the record would still remain confidential pursuant to another section of Iowa Code, Section 22.7. Therefore, the recordings at issue can be withheld as confidential hospital and medical records. In my conclusion, it was that, in my opinion, it was clear from the results of the formal investigation that there is no probable cause to believe that the UIPD violated Iowa Code Chapter 22. This is sort of the important part then as to IPIB action. The IPIB board has several options upon receipt of a probable cause report. You can basically indicate that you want to redirect this matter back to staff for further investigation. You can dismiss this complaint for lack of probable cause to believe a violation has occurred. You can make a determination that probable cause exists to believe a violation has occurred, but as an exercise of administrative discretion, dismiss the matter. Or you can make a determination that probable cause exists to believe a violation has occurred, designate a prosecutor, and direct the issuance of a statement of charges to initiate a contested case proceeding. For the reasons I outlined, I recommend that the IPIB determine probable cause does not exist to believe that the University of Iowa Police Department violated Iowa Code Chapter 22 and recommend dismissal. I don't know if there's anybody on.
I should ask. Do we have Sherry Pichon or someone from the University of Iowa on the phone who wishes to speak? Apparently not. Questions, comments from the board?
Were the videos of individuals receiving medical care, they weren't specifically just of Ms. Pichon, were they? They were other patients in the hospital, I presume?
It was taken within the hospital, and there was, yeah, I guess the answer is yes, the short answer.
So it was more than just Pichon receiving medical treatment or care on the
Well,
videos?
as a public records request, it wouldn't matter, particularly who the patient was, if it was medical records under 22.7 sub 2.
Even if it was her own medical records?
As a public records request. Yeah, because she doesn't have any special standing as a record requester just because she was in the hospital. And there were a lot of, this 44 minutes long, both of them, and there was they were called to assist in getting her out of the hospital. So there was a lot of interior scenes and some exterior scenes too as well, but then it was in the discharge area, so there was.
I had the same question, Dan. So she, as a public records request, she can't get her own records.
That's
Find
correct.
some other way to do that.
Yeah, she could get them as a patient.
Yeah.
And then whatever she wanted to do with them would be fine. But if I went in, or if you went in, or if, somebody who didn't like her went in and asked for public records, that person would be in the same footing as she is.
So I see what you're saying. And I'm sorry, you mentioned that in your analysis as well. I was just confused. It seems to me like a no-brainer. If you want your own records of medical, then you should be able to get them, but not through our app, right? Through other
Right. Well, in this, it's an allegation that they violated the law. Yeah. And if you analyze the law as a public records request, as opposed to a violation of discovery rules, then there's no violation of Iowa law to withhold from public records somebody's medical records.
I think we've had that come up, and we've released the records to the requester, so. I mean, it's confusing, you know.
Yeah, we've,
Not as a public record, but if they're saying, I'm the subject of this report, can I have a copy of the report?
right, and she got a copy of the report.
Yeah.
She just did not get a copy of the video because primarily the location of where it was and the discussions that were going on. I mean, I looked at it from the standpoint, can we redact some of this? But, it was just, the audio recording was probably the one that, and it's my understanding that she told me her attorney was getting a copy, had gotten a copy of everything through discovery, but she wanted anybody to be able, and I don't think she'd seen them at that point, so I thought maybe after she saw them, that's probably why she hasn't been in communication.
Or maybe her attorney has mainly advised her, don't talk about it.
That could be as well.
I move that we dismiss the matter for lack of probable cause to believe a violation has occurred.
I second.
Moved by Monica, seconded by Dan. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That brings us to Todd Pritchard and the Iowa Department of Corrections.
This is case number 22FC0041. It comes before you as a dismissal order. This complaint was filed on May 13th, alleging that the Iowa Department of Corrections violated Iowa Code Chapter 22 on May 10th, 2022. And just as a note, Todd Pritchard filed as Todd Pritchard, but he is also a state legislator from Charles City, Iowa. Representative Pritchard alleged in his complaint that, this is a quote from his complaint, the Department of Corrections is in possession of a study and report making recommendations to address safety issues within the Iowa Department of Corrections in light of recent violent attacks on correctional staff. Such report contains information and recommendations that should be made available to the public. The subject report was completed in late 2021 and was commissioned in the aftermath of 2 staff murders at Anamosa Penitentiary. Said report was prepared and completed by a company known as CGL. He asked the IPIB to review the report and release those parts that were not required to be kept confidential. He did not provide any documentation of any record requests made by him to the DOC. Lorraine Wallace, an assistant attorney general, responded to the complaint on behalf of the DOC. She stated that the request from Representative Pritchard to the IPIB does not allege a violation of Iowa Code Chapter 22 and therefore is beyond the jurisdiction of the IPIB. She provided additional information, in particular that the report is confidential and cannot be released pursuant to Iowa Code Section 904.602 sub 10. That indicates that these reports, regulations, procedures, and policies, it's all set forth there, are confidential unless otherwise ordered by a court, and that so these records are exempt from the public inspection requirements of in Section 17A.3 and Iowa Code Section 22.2. I've added the emphasis on that, and it makes the violation of this section a serious misdemeanor. As she noted, Iowa IPIB has the authority to secure compliance with and enforcement of the requirements of Iowa Code Chapters 21 and 22, and the IPIB does not have the authority to release records that are exempt from public inspection. And she added that Representative Pritchard, in his position as a state representative, has a copy of the full report, and that the DOC has published a summary of the report for the public. My recommendation is this be dismissed as legally insufficient.
So let me get this straight. He didn't request a public record as a private individual.
He didn't request a public record, period.
Oh, well.
Let me see if they're on the line first before we get into board discussion. Is Todd Pritchard on the line or someone from the Department of Corrections?
Lorraine Wallace with the Iowa Department, or the Attorney General's office representing the Iowa Department of Corrections.
I didn't even recognize you back there. Apparently, we don't have Mr. Pritchard. If you'd like to address the board, you'd be welcome to.
I have nothing to add. I think that Ms. Johnson properly and accurately stated our position.
Thank you. Board questions or discussion?
Other than if he didn't request a public record as a private individual, then we really don't even have anything to.
He didn't provide a copy of a record request at all.
We have a motion?
I move that we accept the dismissal order.
Second.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, moved by Monica, seconded by Joan. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Oddly enough, our next case is captioned,
Purebred Good Dog.
I assume that's an anonymous complaint, and the Linden Park Library Board.
Yes, this is an anonymous complaint. It's 22 FC 0028, comes before you as a dismissal order. It's an anonymous complaint from the email purebredgooddog@gmail.com, filed on April 5th, 2022, alleging that the Linden Public Library Board violated Iowa Code Chapters 21 and 22. Sorry, just checking. Yeah. Complainant alleged that the board did not post minutes and that the agendas are only posted at City Hall. Complainant also alleged that the board conducted a closed session without including a motion or vote in closed session in the minutes. We requested more information concerning the allegations from Purebred Good Dog, but no further information was provided. And there was no information at all alleging a violation of Iowa Code Chapter 22. Legal counsel for the board responded on May 4th, noting that Iowa Code Chapter 21 does not require that meeting minutes be posted. He also noted that the meeting notice and agenda for the board meeting minutes are properly posted at the City Hall, as that building is shared by the public library. Counsel stated that the last meeting with a closed session occurred in August of 2021. Even if there had been a violation at that meeting, the IPIB would not have jurisdiction, as the IPIB only has jurisdiction over complaints filed within 60 days of the alleged violation. Counsel stated, so at this point in time, we don't have any information really that would substantiate an allegation of a complaint, and my recommendation is to dismiss this.
I don't suppose Purebred Good Dog is on the line. And counsel for the Linden Public Library Board, are you on the line? Nope. Board questions or comments?
Move to accept the dismissal order.
Second.
Moved by Dan, seconded by Barry. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
You abstain? Oh.
Okay, that brings us to Stacy Rockdashel. I hope that's right. I pronounced it right. And the Danbury City Council. Margaret?
This comes before you as a dismissal order. It's case number 22FC0037. This complaint was filed by the Danbury City Clerk on May 9th, 2022, alleging that the Danbury City Council committed various violations of Iowa Code Chapter 21 from January 11th to April 29th. The allegations of violations on January 11th and March 4th were filed beyond the 60-day jurisdictional limitation on IPIB authority as established by Iowa Code Section 23.7 Sub 1 and are not considered in this dismissal order. Allegations that timely filed are that there is an allegation that on March 14th and again on April 27th, the mayor of Danbury changed city council minutes. Chapter 21 does not prohibit a mayor from changing the minutes. Ms. Rockdale alleged that on April 29th, 2022, the mayor improperly solicited city council volunteers to perform an internal audit. Again, this is not a violation of Iowa Code Chapter 21. She did not include any allegations that the council violated Iowa Code Chapter 21. That applies to governmental bodies as defined by Iowa Code Section 21.2 Sub 1. The council is considered a governmental body pursuant to Iowa Code Section 21.21A, but the mayor acting on his own is not a governmental body as defined by Iowa Code. The council minutes were provided to the IPIB for review. The minutes as approved and published met the requirements as outlined by Iowa Code Section 21.3, which I've set forth there. We also require that complaint be within IPIB's jurisdiction, appear legally sufficient, and have merit before it's accepted. The complaint does not meet the necessary requirements for acceptance. And so therefore, my recommendation is that it be dismissed as legally insufficient. Subsequent to sending this order out, Ms. Rockdale did send an email, and I'm not sure if that's included with...
Yes,
yeah, it is included. Okay. And in that, she indicated that an allegation about the January 11th meeting, again, that's beyond the 60 days, and in that she emailed the mayor about that on March 14th, but that does not mean that it's within the 60 days. At the June 14th regular council meeting, she makes a statement that that the mayor had made a comment about that was not within the original complaint and actually occurred on a date later than May 9th. And then she also had a complaint concerning a performance evaluation, but that also is not within, she refers to Iowa Code Section 91B.1, talking about access to employee records, and that is not a Chapter 21 or 22 violation. And then she mentions again that the mayor had made unauthorized changes to the meeting minutes after she sent them for publishing. Again, that is also not a violation of Iowa Code Chapters 21 and 22.
I think when we started the meeting, she was on the phone. Ms. Rockdale, are you on the phone, and do you care to speak?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. If you'd like to address the board, you've got 5 minutes.
I guess I was unaware that I had 60 days to report any issues. However, I did report them to council, the mayor, and the city attorney. So I kind of just looked the ladder there, and issues went undealt with, which is why I now reported it to you. I wasn't aware that it's too late. However, I do question how a mayor taking public records, which are items in my employee file are public record, how him taking those records home is not a violation.
Well, I'm not sure we're prepared to answer that question. I don't know of any provision in Chapter 22 that limits a public official from taking records home for review or whatever. Do you have other comments you'd like to make?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Is someone here from the Danbury City Council on the phone?
Yes, this is Attorney Allison Dirksen on behalf of the city.
Okay, you can speak to the board if you like.
Thank you. The city would agree with the proposed dismissal order, and unless there are further questions from the board, we don't have anything further to add. Thank you.
Board questions or comments?
Can I just ask, what was the change that the mayor made in the minutes?
Minutes?
Did I say
You
minutes? Minutes. Do we know what?
I don't know anything more than what was in the statement made by.
I provided both copies. I provided both copies of the minutes.
Yeah, and as long as the minutes meet the statutory requirements, who does them, and it doesn't even say in chapters 21 or 22 that minutes have to be approved by city council.
Well,
Minutes.
okay. I understand that. However, the minutes were changed to reflect discussions that didn't happen and things that were not said.
And again, minutes do not have to report on conversations, just on votes and action taken and how people voted.
So a mayor can lie in the minutes.
I think that's up to the city council to figure out what they want in their minutes.
And if the city council is
I think we're ready for board comments or questions.
I'm a little confused or perplexed by this one. I mean, I certainly feel for the complaint and how it kind of created a hostile work environment. But I just don't see how IPIB is the remedy for her. I don't think the law applies to her personally, and so I support the dismissal order.
Are you making that a motion, Dan?
No.
No.
Just in my opinion. I don't know if they're dissenting opinions or not. So, I certainly can if there are.
Other questions or comments? Okay, I think we're ready for a motion.
I move to accept the dismissal order.
I'll second it.
Moved by Dan, seconded by Monica. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That brings us to Diana Sly and the Lorimer City Council.
This is case number 22FC0053, and it is before you as an acceptance order. This was filed on June 1st, alleging that the Lorimer City Council violated Iowa Code Chapter 21. On May 31st, there was an allegation that the council took action and voted on a matter not on the agenda. Copies of the agenda and the minutes of the meeting confirmed her allegation. The city clerk for the city of Lorimer confirmed that action taken by the council was not on the agenda. They voted to select a person to fill a vacancy on the council. On the agenda listed setting an election to fill the position, and instead. So anyway, it was pretty apparent that the council would benefit from training on Iowa Code Chapters 21 and 22, and we're still. This is another one that when I sent out the proposed acceptance order, they, we started working on negotiating an informal resolution. We're kind of, it wasn't ready to present today, but it should be completed fairly soon here. There's some confusion with this case because they don't have legal counsel, and it's been a question as to how much, whether or not all the members of the Lorimer City Council even knew this complaint was filed, because it was sent to the city clerk, and I don't think it was completely distributed to the council. They're all totally aware now, so a lot of what we're dealing with is discussing what accepting a complaint means, and they've indicated that they're more than willing to try to do some training and figure out, what exactly they should be doing in terms of following open meetings laws.
And is Sly or someone from the Lorimer City Council on the phone? Okay. Board questions or comments?
I think everybody ought to have an attorney. Other than that.
Everybody ought to have an accountant.
Yeah, right.
I'm surprised that the city doesn't have an attorney.
The,
You got three of us, maybe we go run down there and apply.
Somebody down help them out.
this is one that's rather small, and so I think they have access to an attorney, but they were concerned about having to have any kind of fees
bill,
involved.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
So with the motion of acceptance, they're just going to work on training.
yeah, we almost had it all signed
Oh.
and have it written. They
They know they have a problem.
Well, yeah. It's just a matter of trying to figure out. They've actually, the terms, I didn't give you the actual proposed informal resolution I sent to them, but they've completed all the terms. So it's just a matter of,
Formality.
well, they have to have a meeting
Right.
and do it in a meeting, so that's.
I move we accept the acceptance order.
I second.
Okay, moved by Monica, seconded by Jackie. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That brings us to Jack Swarm and the Mount Pleasant City Council.
And this is case number 22FC0011. It's before you again as a dismissal order. You will recall we've had the May meeting. We had a discussion about it, and it was on the June meeting. And so we have people here on this one. Yeah,
Who I think traveled here in June and we didn't have a
yeah,
meeting.
and in May. So.
We appreciate your tenacity.
Right. So it's basically the only thing that was changed from the last two, pretty much, was just the fact that I changed dates for filing this, and I resent notice again. And I think, there's a statement dated June 8th that Mr. Swarm provided. I think you'll probably pretty much all kind of remember this. This was an allegation that there was a closed session during a public meeting in violation of Iowa Code Section 21.5. The closed session was held pursuant to 21.51C to discuss strategy with counsel in matters that are presently in litigation or where litigation is imminent, where its disclosure would be likely to prejudice or disadvantage the position of the governmental body in that litigation. And then following that, council voted in open session to remove an employee from employment pursuant to Iowa Code Section 372.15. Mr. Swarm stated that the removed employee filed an appeal, and they did have open meetings on February 9th and February 23rd concerning that appeal. There was an allegation that the employee's termination letter that was dated January 13th listed the mayor, sheriff, and all council members as approving the removal. He alleged that the council should not have placed the names of two absent council members on that letter as they did not attend the January 12th, 2022 meeting. And the main allegation was that there is a violation of Iowa Code 21.5 to use subsection 1C rather than subsection 1I in order to go into this closed session. Section 21.51I allows a governmental body to go into closed session to evaluate the professional competency of an individual whose appointment, hiring, performance, or discharge is being considered when necessary to prevent needless or irreparable injury to that individual's reputation, and that individual requests a closed session. Legal counsel had responded that that she was present by telephone at that meeting on January 12th and that it was appropriate. She stated that during the meeting, legal counsel for the city provided the city with attorney-client privileged legal advice concerning an employee matter that would probably result in litigation. Legal counsel stated there are various ways to address the issue presented during the closed session, citing attorney-client privilege. The counsel stated that as the attorney for the council, it was important that the legal ramifications of all decisions, including litigation, be discussed so that the council was fully advised prior to making a decision. She added that the council had not waived attorney-client privilege, and she provided sworn affidavits indicating that the council was not waiving its attorney-client privilege. And then Mr. Swarm provided additional information, and so there were, and all of that was, I think, pretty much discussed pretty fully at our May meeting. My part of this starts on the bottom of page 2, where it says Iowa Code Section 21.51 lists 12 reasons to allow a closed session. There are certain situations, such as this one, that could fall within more than one subsection. The only subsection that specifically provides for the opportunity to discuss legal ramification of an action with legal counsel with the possible protection of attorney-client privilege is subsection 21.51C. And given the specific nature of this closed session, in my opinion, it was not a violation of Iowa Code Chapter 21 for the council to meet in closed session for this purpose. Discussion of the underlying facts that could result in litigation would have been proper even with the use of 21.51C. Mr. Swarm has requested that IPAB staff review the recording of the closed session, and but we would not, if attorney-client privilege is being invoked, we would not be able to force the client to waive attorney-client privilege and release a copy of the closed session recording. And that may be a mistake. I've got a typo in there. Oh, no. The IPIB upheld the University of Iowa's determination that certain attorney-client privilege communications could be withheld from release of informal complaint 20 FC 0018 approved by the IPIB on May 21st of 2020. In that case, the dismissal order stated, as further noted by the Office of General Counsel, the issue of attorney-client privilege stands on its own outside of Iowa Code Chapters 22 and the IPIB jurisdiction. It referenced the Iowa Attorney General Sunshine Advisory, which recognizes 3 types of documents that are exempt from public examination and copy, one of which are documents covered by attorney-client privilege. And the IPAB has recognized the exemption of attorney-client privilege documents when reviewing public records requests and dismissed past complaints for this reason, citing the aforementioned sources when privilege has not been waived. And then we've also adopted, the IPIB has adopted Iowa Administrative Rule 497.7.112E, which states attorney work-client product is confidential under Iowa Code Sections 22.74, 62.10, and 622.11, Iowa Rules of Civil Procedure 1.5033, Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 26B3, and case law. Attorney-client communications are confidential under Iowa Code Sections 622.10 and 622.11 under the Rules of Evidence and the Code of Professional Responsibility and case law. So it's, we can't force the release and review of the recordings at issue. My recommendation is to dismiss as legally insufficient.
Okay, are you Mr. Swarm?
Yes.
Okay, would you care to address the board?
Yes, please.
Advised.
Yeah, thank you for meeting so long and for volunteering your time serving the public.
And we're sorry to have held you all day.
Oh, you guys are doing you guys are being held as long as I am, but appreciate you serving. What I'm really asking is that the board accept my complaint, and then that would trigger 23.9, which would start the informal resolution process between the city and I. And what this really comes down to me is several sections of state code, chapter 21, that kind of regulate the open meetings and everything. One is ambiguity should always be resolved towards openness in 21.1. So where there's questions of interpretation, we always lean towards openness. In 21.3, it says that governmental bodies may hold closed sessions only
to the extent necessary for the reason given for entering the closed session. And so there's a limiting, that phrase really limits what closed sessions can be about, only to the extent necessary. Excuse me, that's 21.5. 21.3 says that everything is supposed to be done in open sessions unless the law expressly or specifically permits a closed session. So specific. And then on the city council agenda, when the officer was fired, the agenda stated possible action item related to the closed session. Well, under that action item is when they terminated the police officer. And so I think that 21.4, when it says that the agendas have to be worded in a manner reasonably calculated to apprise the public of the information, that agenda item wasn't reasonably stated. And then the last one, 21.5.1c, which is the reason cited for going into closed session. There's a really powerful statement there that governs the whole thing. It says city councils or governmental bodies are permitted to go into closed session to discuss strategy with council in matters that are presently in litigation or where litigation is imminent. And then this is the controlling sentence, where its disclosure would be likely to prejudice or disadvantage the position of the governmental body. So there has to be an element of disclosing the information that is in the public, or that is in the closed session. If we were to disclose that, it would disadvantage the city. That's a requirement of the law. I don't think the city can argue that, because the day after the city council meeting, which is January 12th, the day after January 13th, they sent a letter disclosing the reasons why the officer was fired. Now those reasons had to have been discussed or deliberated or considered. Whether it was even discussed, it had to have been considered in the minds of the council, because the letter is from the council members, and they disclosed it. It's public information. I asked the officer for the letter, he gave it to me. I have it. If it was really important that this information be kept private because it would disadvantage the city in litigation, then I think the city just should have said, you're fired. But instead, they gave reasons. And so I think that if, since they disclosed reasons for termination, there can be no argument that its disclosure would disadvantage the city. And in my complaint, I've given all kinds of evidence, other evidence, like I talked to the city administrator, and he told me that this was a personnel issue. And I said, yes, that's what I'm so concerned about, because it was listed as legal strategy, and you're telling me this is a personnel issue. But it was hidden from the public under an agenda item saying that this is a legal strategy issue. And so I've submitted all kinds of evidence like that. The city councilman portrayed it as a personnel issue in the newspaper. And so according to 23.8, which is the standards for acceptance, I think that I have given a lot of evidence that clearly indicates that, quote, on its face, the complaint is within the board's jurisdiction, that's a no-brainer, appears legally sufficient. I mean, there's evidence that is making this legally sufficient. If this was in a court of law with the district court requires a preponderance of evidence, not reasonable doubt. A preponderance of evidence is a much lower standard than meeting reasonable doubt, and that makes a lot of sense because the deed was done in closed session, and nobody knows what happened in closed session except for the people that were there, and the closed session minutes and everything are all locked tight. And so it appears legally sufficient. It could have merit. Obviously, this complaint could have merit. It doesn't say it must have merit, it says could have merit. And then it says, in such a case, the board shall accept the complaint. And so, that's mandatory duty. I'm asking you to fulfill your role as the Iowa Public Information Board to fulfill this
Joining
law
the
which
meeting.
says shall accept the complaint. And so, I ask you to accept the complaint.
Thank you, Mr. Swarm.
By the way, acceptance, it just needs to be in writing. There doesn't have to be a special order of acceptance that's approved by the board. Only dismissal orders have to be approved by the board. The acceptance orders, according to 23.81, it just says they shall notify the parties of that fact, that the complaint has been accepted in writing. And so I would ask you today to accept the complaint and then just write a simple letter to the parties saying that the complaint has been accepted. And then I'm willing to faithfully participate in an informal resolution required by 23.9. So, thank you.
Thank you for your time and your patience in waiting through the whole thing.
Likewise, thank you.
Do we have the attorney for, yeah. Boy, I'm not recognizing anyone today.
Hi,
Hello, Holly.
I'm Holly Corkery here on behalf of the city of Mount Pleasant. I'm going to be very brief. The city went into a closed session. I was their attorney present on the phone for that closed session. They went in to discuss a matter where litigation was imminent, and they did that closed session only to the extent necessary. The closed session is very short. It's less than 15 minutes. It's very clear that they did that only to the extent necessary. They did not stray. The statute permits them to go into closed session to have those attorney-client privilege discussions under those circumstances. To the extent where we're arguing that there needs to be prejudice to require any client, public body, government body to have an attorney-client privilege conversation in an open session would be prejudicial, just on its face. The city is entitled to have attorney-client privilege to discuss these matters of imminent litigation, which is why the legislature has included that in the code. I don't want to belabor the note that went out afterwards, but the note regarding the individual's dismissal is required under the code. I don't know if the city would have done that otherwise, but when you're in an attorney-client privilege discussion prior to that, for example, I'm not going to waive privilege, but hypothetically, if you were talking about an employment matter, you would talk about options related to that, whether you were going to terminate, discipline, do all sorts of different things with an employee to deal with an issue, and the ramifications of those in terms of litigation, under the different remedies the employee might have. So I would ask for all the reasons in Executive Director Johnson's dismissal, that you adopt the dismissal order today, and move forward with that. Thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I have a question about the procedure that they followed. So they went into the closed session to discuss strategy. They came out and they terminated an employee without the employee's consent to the closed session?
Well, they went in under imminent litigation.
Well, they obviously evaluated the employee in the closed session.
Well, I'm not going to answer that because I'm not waiving privilege. However, I will say that employee had a due process meeting with his union representatives a week prior where he talked about potential violations and issues. I mean, at the end of the day, there can't, unless the legislature is going to write it in, there's no exception to imminent litigation or actual litigation that excludes employment law. And if they're going to do that, then they would need to do that for real estate and other matters that are listed elsewhere in 21.5.
I don't think, Barry, it requires the request of the employee
To evaluate the employee does.
to discuss with counsel imminent litigation.
They went in there to evaluate the employee. That's what they came out and they terminated the employee after their discussion. The agenda item was possible action item following closed session related to the matter of the closed session. Not litigation, terminating the employee.
But I think clearly the advice with the attorney would include assessing whether they're going to be liable if they take this action and the strength of their case. That does not require it to be shared with the employee.
I don't agree with that at all.
Other board questions or comments?
My question is, why did the city council get involved with the termination of a law enforcement officer?
Because under 372.15 of the Iowa Code, an individual is appointed by a body, be replaced by that body. So if the city council appoints the police officers, then they have to remove them.
Okay. And your specific jurisdiction, your city council approves all law enforcement or just this particular law enforcement officer?
I don't want to waive privilege and go into the specifics of how that was done, but that's the assumption that you can make. We issued a 372.15 order removing the employee the next day. I don't know if there's something similar for counties, but cities, this happens, this is pretty regular.
And Dan, on page 2 of the order, it lists that code section.
Further questions or discussion?
The city council went into closed session at your suggestion.
Correct. Well, without waiving privilege. But yes, I told them that it was appropriate to go into session that day. And that, I believe that's included in the affidavit, and that was,
I don't have something.
Well, yeah, I didn't attach the affidavits.
they would have been attached in May.
I don't question you, I'm just asking.
Other questions, comments?
Joining the meeting.
Mr. Storm, I guess I've been puzzled since May, but what would you like the final outcome of this matter be?
I apologize for this in my complaints. I think that the law was broken, and I just want the decision to be made properly noticed on the agenda how it should. And I'm not understanding really. I've learned a lot about 21 and 22, chapter 21 and 23 in this process. So in the beginning I was asking for, examine the minutes and all this stuff. I'm not asking for that. I'm just asking that the board follows its process, acceptance, start informal resolution, and just take it from there, go through chapter 23 as necessary. So I'm just asking that the city council just simply properly notice and properly make the decision. The thing that was so egregious to me was I was holding in my hand a termination letter, something that is supposedly confidential. It was a product of a confidential meeting. So I didn't understand how I'm holding in my hand a termination letter citing causes if its disclosure would disadvantage the city. And so that's why I think it was improper and why I'm grieved by it. I mean, fire an employee if you want to, just put it on the agenda. Or if disclosing the causes is going to harm the city, just fire them without citing causes. You can do that. It's at-will employment. So,
Not necessarily with Iowa law and law enforcement.
our personnel our personnel policy at the city clearly indicates that it's at-will employment. So, but that's not really the point. The point is, I'm sorry for even bringing that up. The point is, it wasn't properly noticed. When they discussed job performance, they went beyond the extent necessary. And I know it has nothing to do with imminent litigation because they publicly disclosed that information in the termination letter. And they didn't say, this is confidential, do not disclose this, or anything like that. They just said, it's there. I asked for it. You guys have it in your hands. So that's why I'm grieved in this process. And so I just want the decision to be properly made.
But if let's just assume we go through the process you're outlining, do you think the end result will be any different?
I don't want to be frivolous in my complaint and do this in order to get a specific end result. I just want, my complaint is because the decision wasn't properly noticed and because the closed session went beyond the extent necessary. And so I don't have a goal or an outcome other than I just think that decision was made improperly.
Well, to follow up on EJ's question, is it your intent, you think the police officer can be reinstated? Is that your goal? Because I don't think you can do that through this process.
No.
Okay.
I mean, if
the resolution relates to the agenda, what was on the agenda, is that what you're saying?
Excuse me?
Well, the resolution would be to require training, I suppose, to get the Mount Pleasant City Council to be more accurate in how they state the agenda item for a closed session?
That could be a resolution.
Okay.
I mean, that's one of many possibilities. But, I mean, the end game, this could be pursued in district court, and the district court has the authority to overturn decisions that are improperly made if you read the end of chapter 21.
And I don't know the answer to this, but when you go through a 372 proceeding and you have all those appeal hearings and so forth, whether that's even something that would be set aside by a district court.
To me,
No,
372 isn't even our thing.
All they can do is set aside the action. Well, the action taken by the council was to terminate, but then they went through the process to terminate, so
Right.
I'm not sure they could do that either, but that's not really the question here, right? That's not
Right.
That's not what he's asking.
I mean, I don't think we could, and if you look at 21.6, subsection 3AC, A3, which is on page 9 of those people reading along, but enforcement would be difficult to go forward with a contested case because damages are not assessed if the member can prove that the member did any of the following, and one of them is reasonably relied upon the attorney for the governmental body.
May I respond to all of the arguments that were just additionally made?
Yeah, if I may just conclude. The tenacity causes me to be very sympathetic. It's like the first time to come and address this court. But, so my comment, I guess, is that, a closed session or confidential records are more often than not to protect the subject rather than the body that's making the decision. I just suggest that. That's the way I see it.
Well, in that case, the subject has the right to ask for the closed session.
It depends on the circumstances, but as counsel has pointed out, police officers are treated a little differently than other employees. I know that. Beyond that, I don't know anymore. But I just suggest to you that there are reasons that this is a closed record or confidential.
I'm well aware of that. I'm a citizen of the city. I just want my city to properly notice action items. I want the decisions to be made properly. I'm just asking you, I think if we get back to 23.8, I think I've met the burden of acceptance. I've provided plenty of evidence that the decision went beyond what was noticed to the public. I think on its face, there's clearly evidence that quota violation could have occurred. So I'm just asking you to accept it. And we might not know the end result, but I'm just asking them to take it from there. And see what happens.
Did you have something further, Holly?
Well, my concern broadly, beyond this case, as an employment lawyer who acts as general counsel to dozens of cities in the state of Iowa, is that if the board accepts this complaint, then cities now cannot go into closed session under imminent litigation. I guess if they accept it and pursue it further, cannot go into closed session under imminent litigation to discuss employment matters where you could have an employee who already has a lawyer, who has threatened a lawsuit, who has filed an Iowa civil rights complaint. I'm not suggesting any of those things happen here, but those are all hypothetical things that could happen because we only can go in under I to discuss performance, and then the employee could reject that. And I can never talk to my client then about these potential litigation matters. This has much broader ramifications than this one matter here. And I'm concerned about this case generally for government across the state of Iowa and their ability to receive sound legal advice.
I think Holly's comments, Mr. Swarm, point up kind of a disconnect. You think because the letter became public, then there's nothing in their discussion that couldn't have been public too. But it ignores the fact that an attorney's obligation and what's protected here is their ability to tell their client the strength of their position, the risks if there's litigation. It's more than just the facts that are in the termination letter.
The code has a word to the extent necessary, and so when the conversation drifts to a different extent, okay, so we've discussed the ins and outs of the legal matters. Now we're talking about, okay, on this date he did this thing wrong, on this date he did this thing wrong, on this date he did this thing wrong. It's gone beyond the extent of discussing strategy. So cut the closed session and discuss the part of the conversation that has gone beyond the extent necessary. Discuss that separately.
I want to follow up on one of council's statements. If you go into closed session to evaluate the performance of an employee and the attorney is in the closed session, you can give advice to the council on what the impact of that evaluation is going to be. If they ask you, well, if we terminate this employee, are we going to get sued? You can answer that question without having listed that on the agenda. Yeah.
But
Mr. Lindell,
I would like to know, when they made the motion to go into closed session to discuss strategy, did they know the discussion was going to include the evaluation of an employee?
well, I'm not going to break privilege and tell you about this.
I'm not asking you to. I'm asking you whether they knew that closed session was going to include a discussion about.
Well, I would have to tell you what we discussed to answer that question.
So,
I'd have to
Barry, here's what I believe that I have heard earlier was that legal counsel had said they had had these discussions with the employee prior to this meeting, correct?
That is correct.
So the employee was aware of the issues. So in my mind, they put it on the agenda. that there was a discussion that needed to take place that needed to have attorney-client privilege. The employee knew there were issues ahead of time. The council went into closed session, properly notated on the agenda that there could be actions after that meeting, and came out and there was a termination. So I don't think we need to know what went on. In my mind, the employee had information prior to this meeting, so this was not a surprise.
My impression of this is that they went into this closed session to evaluate an employee. And when they came back, and without the employee's consent, you can't do that without the employee's consent. That's what they did.
I think you're reading this wrong, because the employee had already had discussions. However, if the city, if you have, let's say you've got problems with the chief of the police or the head of the fire department, and the city council, HR has already talked to your fire department, given him warnings or whatever, and said, we have an issue here. And the city, I think, had even given him a package, correct, prior to this meeting, an offer for a severance package, so the employee knew that there was an issue. On the agenda, they had closed session to discuss legal strategies. And they also put on the agenda that there could be an action after this closed session.
I don't think what they did or didn't tell him before the closed session is not relevant, because the closed session requires this council to evaluate the employee in the closed session, not, his manager, his employee, his supervisor. The city council has to evaluate the employee in the closed session. And they can't do that without his consent. And that's what they did.
Mary, I think you're making assumptions about what the discussion was.
Right.
Holly said it was a 15-minute discussion.
Right.
And
The assumption is because they went into the closed session, they came out and voted to terminate the employee.
That doesn't mean...
That doesn't mean that they evaluated him in that meeting. He had already been given notice prior to that.
They really do need an opportunity to talk with their attorney before they take final action.
Yes.
And that absolutely is protected by
Right.
attorney-client privilege.
Here's and I didn't reference it in here because it's so old ago, but we had, in 14 FC 0033, we had a similar situation where there had been ongoing discussion about, in that case, a principal for the Red Oak Community School District, and they had been having discussions, but they had one specifically with legal counsel to talk about what their legal options were. And there was some peripheral discussion, of course, because I had to mention the employer or whatever. And when they came out, they did the same thing, and our board determined that was a privileged communication and that it was not a violation to have gone in under subsection C. Although when we've done it, we've put both sections down just to, protect us in case one or the other, and both will cover. But that was, as I say, that was back in January 9th of 2015.
May I say one thing? The council was aware, because one councilman told me, as I noted in the letter I sent you, that we offered him a severance package and he didn't accept it. And so that played into his reasoning for the termination. And so that proves that the council did evaluate his performance. And besides that, there are 6 councilmen's names on the letter. So obviously the councilman evaluated his employment performance. And the officer isn't the only one who's interested here. every citizen of the town is highly interested in knowing when their police officers' performance is going to be evaluated. Public safety is important to everybody who calls 911. So I and tons of other people in town have an interest in this, not just the police officers.
Other board members have questions or comments?
Barry, I got a question for you. You talked about how it requires the employee's consent to go into closed session. I guess I'm just not seeing that in the code. I'm curious where you got that from. I don't know.
Under I.
Under I.
It is under I.
Yeah.
The last sentence under I.
Yeah. It doesn't, the code does not require that, that they have a closed session. It just says that these are the reasons why you can. And on that one, it does say that he has to agree to the closed session, but he does not have to be invited or included in the closed session.
So am I reading this correctly? 21.5 subsection I?
Yeah, one I.
1I, right. So to evaluate the professional competency of an individual whose appointment, hiring, performance, or discharge is being considered when necessary, to prevent needless and irreparable injury to that individual's reputation, and that individual requests a closed session.
But I think the point here is it doesn't obviate their ability to talk with their attorney separately. And that's what Holly's asserting.
I can't remember, Margaret, what's the section that talks about termination with?
That's in public records. That's in the 22.7, 11 sub 5, where if they do terminate, it's a public record to release the reasons for the termination. So the fact that that was released publicly is required by Chapter 22.
Right.
And I don't think would be seen as a waiver of attorney-client privilege.
Right, exactly, that's, yeah.
But all those reasons came from a closed session.
I think what we need to
If they're
keep
public
in mind,
record, they shouldn't have been in a closed session.
what we need to keep in mind here is that they have to have some opportunity to consult their attorney.
Right.
And that's the code section they invoked. If it had to be at his request or he was present, there goes privilege. So they need to be able to meet alone with their attorney, and that's what they did.
And it was properly notated on their agenda.
I believe so.
So, yeah.
I mean, does the board think that city councils have the opportunity or should be able to discuss hiring, firing, appointments, things of that nature in a closed session? Is that an appropriate use of a closed session under 21.5C?
Not without the consent or the request of the employee, but here they're talking about with their attorney about the litigation ramifications.
Right, so I'm saying that those things, if they believe litigation is imminent in regards to those issues, right? So if they believe litigation is imminent in regards to either a hiring, a firing, or an appointment that they're about to
Then they should be able to talk with their attorney about
They
it.
should be able to talk with their attorney about those issues. So it's kind of like, in my opinion, it kind of covers I, right? There are two ways you can potentially discuss hiring, firing, or appointments, either with the consent of that specific employee, or if there's potential legal ramifications that are present, right? Am I incorrect, or does someone disagree with that?
Well, I don't agree with it. If you're evaluating, that's a separate ground, evaluating the performance of the employee. If that's what they're going to discuss, that's got to be the motion that's made. You can always discuss strategy with counsel in a closed session, without listing it on the agenda. I mean, if the evaluation is what the closed session is about, And they asked me in the closed session, well, what happens if we terminate this police officer? I'm going to tell them. I don't have to have that on the agenda. I'm there to give them legal advice in a closed session.
How do we know that the city council in this regard did not discuss the evaluation or the performance of this individual prior to this meeting?
We don't, other than the assumption that when they came out and fired him.
The legal counsel has stated that they had had discussions with this employee prior. So,
And just to clarify, it was not the council that had discussions.
no, but the
It was-
city
It was
had had.
officials, the
Right.
city had had discussions. The chief of police, mainly.
So the city council had had discussions with the employee prior, so that's,
One thing that they did was from those discussions, they offered him a severance package, which he rejected in his Loudermill hearing. And nowhere on any city agenda is the offering of this severance package mentioned. And so how could the council take that action to offer a severance package?
I'm going to object to the extent that new allegations are being brought forward.
Let's try to control the discussion here. If the board members have other comments or questions, let's deal with those and then get to a motion.
Well, I guess I don't know what went on in that session. But I don't know that they evaluated him. I don't know. My sense is it took 15 minutes. My guess is the council said, what do we do if we terminate this fellow? And I guess I come to that in part because it was an evaluation that occurred before. But I don't know. But I will say this, I have a tendency to protect the attorney-client privilege. And so if I were to do anything, it would be to move the revised dismissal order.
I'll second that.
Well, I don't know.
Are you moving?
No, I'm saying if I did, but I think there may be other comments.
Well, I asked council whether the council evaluated the employee. That does not call for a privileged communication, a discussion or disclosure of a privileged communication. Whether there was a discussion about the performance of the employee, that does not call for the disclosure of a privileged communication, and she refused to answer. So,
Well, it may be inextricably linked if they're asking their attorney, and we're speculating too, whether this ground is sufficient to withstand litigation. What kind of legal ground are we on? What are our legal options? And I don't think we should deprive the city of their confidentiality with their attorney to ask those questions.
well, that's not my point. I mean, I think she can tell us whether there was an evaluation of the employee in the closed session without disclosing any privileged communication. It's a yes or no question.
Well, I don't think she's obligated to get into what the discussion was. She's made clear it was a privileged communication.
Okay.
Doesn't sound like we're going to head to a unanimous result. Somebody ready to make a motion?
I'll move that we accept the dismissal order.
A very quiet second from EJ.
No, I'll second.
Moved by Monica, seconded by EJ. All in favor of dismissal? Or do you want a roll call? Do you want a roll call? Sure, go ahead.
The motion is on to accept the dismissal order. Right, Barth?
Yes.
Corbin?
No.
Giovanetti?
Yes.
Lindahl?
No.
McCray's absent. McHugh?
Yes.
Pottorf?
Yes.
Schmellen, sorry. That motion passes 5-2.
Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Yeah, thank you for taking the time out of your lives to do this. Appreciate it.
Okay. On to Richard Whitehead and the Center Point Urbana Community Schools.
Yes, this is case number 22FC0044. It's a complaint filed by Richard Whitehead on May 24th, alleging that the school district violated Iowa Code Chapters 21 and 22 at a meeting on May 18th, 2022. He alleged that they held a school board meeting on that date during which a closed session was held to pursuant to Iowa Code Section 21.51I to evaluate the superintendent's performance. He alleged that the district allowed subordinates to attend the closed session, and he also questioned the time of the meeting. In addition, he alleged that the minutes did not include the name of a person who attended. He added that meeting was held in a room with windows so the public could see who was in attendance, although the public could not hear what was said. Legal counsel for the district responded to the complaint and requested that the complaint be dismissed for failure to allege a violation of Iowa Codes Chapters 21 and 22. Iowa Council noted that the meeting was held at 9 p.m. with a closed session starting at 9:07 p.m. Legal counsel also noted that over 100 members of the public attended the meeting. Mr. Whitehead stated that 149 people were present. Council added that Iowa Code Chapter 21 does not restrict who can attend a closed session and that the superintendent requested the closed session as required by Iowa Code Section 21.51I. Although not required by statute, legal counsel stated that the minutes could be amended to include the attendance of the assistant superintendent. Iowa Code Section 21.41B states that the meeting shall be held at a place reasonably accessible and at a time reasonably accessible as well. Although the meeting was held at a later time, it appears that the location and the time was reasonably accessible and that at least 100 people were able to attend. There's an Iowa Code Section 21.51I allows for a closed session, and we just had a lot of discussion about it, but the IPIB has also issued the following guidance on the closed session under the subsection, and there's the 4 requirements. There's no statutory requirement that the subject individual must be allowed into the closed session. There's also no statutory provision that would bar attendance at the invitation of the governmental body, and that's relates back to one of our FAQs that outlines that. Iowa Administrative Code 497-8.2 allows a governmental body to determine who can attend a closed session, and that says that who may attend. The governmental body has the discretion as to who it may invite to attend a closed session. However, if the governmental body holds a closed session under Iowa Code Section 21.51C to discuss strategy with counsel, the legal counsel for the governmental body shall be in attendance at the closed session either in person or by electronic means. Minutes are required to be kept of all meetings of a governmental body, but is not required to list the names of every non-voting person in attendance under Iowa Code Section 21.3, which tells about what minutes. Based upon the information provided by both parties, there are no violations of open meetings laws in Iowa Code Chapter 22 alleged. Mr. Whitehead also alleged a violation of Iowa Code Chapter 22, the Public Records Law, but did not provide any description of any record request, response, or violation. My recommendation is to be dismissed as legally insufficient.
Do we have Mr. Whitehead on the phone? Anybody from the Centerpoint Urbana Community Schools?
Yes, good evening. This is Emily Ellingson, and I represent Centerpoint Community School District.
Okay.
I don't have anything further to add beyond what Executive Director Johnson outlined in her proposed dismissal, and we request that the board approve her proposed dismissal. Thank you.
Board comments or questions? Move it? Okay.
I'll second it.
Moved by EJ, seconded by Monica. All in favor of the dismissal order signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Mercifully, we're at the last item on the action agenda, and it's a consolidation of several complaints by Janet Wilson against the Tama County Board of Supervisors.
And actually, normally we would get this as one complaint, but she filed a each separately, so. Because she was talking about different dates, but they all had sort of the same issue. These are case numbers 22 FC 51, 52, 55, and 57. 51 was filed on May 27, 2022, alleged that on May 2nd, the board chair told the public that they were not allowed to record the board meeting. Number 52 was filed on May 27, 2022, and alleged that on April 25th, the board held a meeting at a location that was not reasonably accessible in that there was standing room only and no microphones available for speakers, and that the board did not audio record the meeting. Number 55 was filed on June 1st and alleged that on May 13th, the board failed to allow a citizen group, the Tama County Against Turbines, TCAT, to be on the May 16th agenda after initially telling the group that they would be on the agenda. On 2257, filed on June 2nd, alleged that on May 9th, the board held a workshop and did not prepare minutes. In addition, it was alleged that the auditor was not present. Legal counsel responded to the complaints. Number 51, legal counsel reviewed a social media post that shows the board chair commenting, "I'm going to ask that you not use the cameras and cell phones because if KCRG wants some information, they should have a court reporter here, and also ask a little bit of tolerance for other folks and to be more respectful than it was last week. I'm not talking to everybody, but there were a few. When Catherine was in, she got shouted down and that was inappropriate. I don't want that sort of thing to happen today. If you would abide by those requests, I would appreciate it." He also noticed that the auditor takes minutes during board meetings and sends them for publication after the board approves them. On 52, legal counsel noted that the board routinely meets in the board meeting room in the Tama County Administration Building. The room is 201 square feet with seating for 45 members of the public to attend. He estimated that the board did not expect the number of people that attended that day, which was estimated to be around 90 people. Those present who wished to comment on wind turbine issue were allowed to do so. No action was taken by the board on the issue. The meeting began at 9:45 and ended at 10:25. As to number 55, legal counsel responded stating that TCAT was asked on May 9th about appearing on the May 16th agenda as a specific agenda item. A representative from TCAT contacted the board on May 13th to indicate that they wanted to be on the agenda. However, the agenda had already been prepared and posted for the May 16th meeting when TCAT contacted the board. The board routinely meets on Monday mornings and posts the meeting agenda on Friday to meet the 24-hour statutory requirement for posting an agenda and does not count weekends when county buildings are closed. TCAT was allowed to present comments during the public comment period of that meeting. Number 57, legal counsel responded by noting that Iowa Code Chapter 21 requires that governmental bodies take and keep minutes of meetings, but does not direct the auditor to be present at meetings. The auditor normally does not attend the work session held before the meetings, as no action occurs during that portion of the meeting. The public is allowed to attend the work session. The auditor joins the board meetings for that portion of the agenda that contemplates board action. The auditor takes handwritten notes which are available as public records for 2 to 3 years after each meeting. There were additional allegations included in the complaints, such as the board does not record and publish audio-video footage of its meetings, the board does not put board documents on its website, and the board does not provide more than 24 hours notice of its meetings. None of those allegations are a violation of Iowa Code Chapter 21. Section 21.7 states public has a right to record a meeting and does say that public may use cameras or recording devices at any open session. Nothing in the chapter shall prevent a governmental body from making and enforcing reasonable rules for the conduct of its meetings to assure those meetings are orderly and free from interference or interruption by spectators. The board could not prohibit the public from recording the May 2nd, 2022 meeting. The board can provide for an orderly conduct of meeting by providing reasonable rules for recording the meeting, such as requesting that the public not disrupt the meeting while recording it. It does not appear that the board prohibited the public from recording the meeting. Recordings of various parts of that meeting are posted on Facebook. One member of the board asked that the public be respectful of others and not use cameras and cell phones during the meeting, but the majority of the board did not vote to prohibit any recordings as an official board action. Also requires that public meetings be held at a place reasonably accessible to the public and convenient unless for good cause such is impossible and practical. Statute requires that a meeting be reasonably accessible. Even though the board did not anticipate the level of community interest, the meeting was held to allow the public to present comments to the board. Iowa Code Section 21.7 allows a governmental body to set its agenda, and 21.42A requires at least 24 hours notice. It's not a violation of Iowa Code Chapter 21 for the board to determine that TCAT would not be on the agenda for the May 16th meeting when the board was not informed that they wanted to be on the agenda before the notice was properly posted. TCAT said that they tried unsuccessfully to tell the board they did want to be on the agenda, but that the board's website was inaccessible for a couple of days, but there was no claim made that the board could not be reached by alternate means such as telephone, email, or in person during that period of time. 21.3 talks about minutes of a meeting. It has to show the date, time, and place, the members present, and the action taken at each meeting. There's no evidence that the meeting minutes of the meetings in question did not meet those requirements. Minutes for all of those meetings are all available on the Tama County website, and I've got the link there where I saw them and read them. My recommendation is that these complaints be consolidated and dismissed as legally insufficient.
Do we have Janet Wilson on the phone or someone from the Tama County Board of Supervisors? Board questions or comments?
I think you did a good job outlining this one, Margaret. It's pretty clear cut. I would move to proceed forward with your consolidated meetings.
Okay, moved by Dan, seconded by Barry. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, maybe we can, quick like little bunnies, get through the rest of the agenda before we're all exhausted. Matters withdrawn are under Roman numeral 8, and those are there for your review but don't require action by the board.
I will note that because we were unable to finalize do the meeting in June, we were able to get a whole bunch more.
Voluntary dismissals.
Yes. Well, just because we were able to resolve things. It's like, hey, we're going to be back in July. Why don't you just go ahead and do this or whatever? And everybody was happy.
And I would also note that Mr. Stratton was here at the meeting.
He kind of came and went.
I'm sure he had other obligations, but.
Pending complaints are here for our information only.
We've been busy on intakes.
If there are no questions about the pending matters, that brings us up to committee reports.
No report from communications.
Okay.
I will want to find out from the new legislative people what you want to do. We probably would need to meet sometime. In the past, we've met off, not during board meetings, we've met other times. So that's going to be, and by phone kind of thing. So that's going to be, I'm willing to schedule something whenever you feel it's appropriate. But we do have to have a couple of meetings pretty quickly, well, in August and September at least, because if we're going to file any legislative packet, that has to be done by the end of November. And in order for us to meet all of the time frames, we have to do the committee meetings, at least one, to determine what we're going to present to the board, and then allow enough time. I'd like to have any legislative packet before the board by October, so that if we need to, fiddle with it or amend it.
Do you have any suggestions? I'm drawing a blank, but it's late in the day too. Suggestions for legislation.
Well, I think we need to talk about all the things that we keep submitting and have not been successful in having passed. Every year we do the 60, change it from 60 to 90 days. And it gets all the way through. Nobody ever objects to it or anything, and then all of a sudden they all go home. So it hasn't died because they don't like it. No.
Maybe we could get some clarification on that question about attorney's fees for reviewing documents.
Well, we'll
That's
probably
gonna
have to
come up.
Yeah,
That's
I'm sure it's going to come up. We weren't involved and did not do the proposal that went through. it was interesting to watch how that all progressed, because it started out with no attorney fees, and then that did not go well anywhere.
Good.
And so then they were trying to come up with something that League of Cities and ISAC and the School Board Association and the Bar Association and every organization that has attorneys in it would not just, it was going to fail if they didn't end up with what they ended up with.
I mean, is that something we can propose legislation
Yes.
for?
Yeah, we could.
I don't know if you'd ever eliminate a factual component to the determination about what's reasonable to.
No, not that. The question about whether attorneys can charge for reviewing documents or just reviewing confidential documents.
I still think it'll wind up being factual, which they're actually doing.
Well, if I get 1,000 pages of documents to review, can I charge for reviewing them to determine if there's anything confidential or not?
Well, I don't
That's
think
the
we can
question.
make attorneys do it at no charge. I think you're going to have to rely on the lawful custodians to make some initial cut, some responsible cut.
Which happens most of the time. We've never had any so far that have been complained to us that they didn't go through a lot, because people ask for, 3 years worth of emails everybody sent.
Sure.
And so, and especially with school districts, because so much of that is FERPA protected information, and nobody wants to be faced with criminal sanctions by the feds.
But we do occasionally see lawful custodians who just chuck the whole thing over to their attorney to review and aren't
Right.
making,
Exactly, that's what we get.
they're not making reasonable decisions about what really requires legal review. And people shouldn't have to pay for that.
Right.
So then, I think then you're back to factual.
I think that's one of the things that the legislative committee can address.
So,
Yeah.
as a reasonable certified public accountant, I would look at the documents, and if I would see a lot of things that don't look like I should be reviewing, I would hand them back to my client and say, you need to narrow this down.
No.
Well, it's not always that easy.
Well, remember, I'm a
If you get a request,
CPA, I'm not an attorney.
you get a request that ends up being, and this has happened to us, thousands of emails between different city officials.
Yeah.
There's no one person that's going to look at that other than the lawyers to determine what is or is not confidential. So, it takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
We don't usually charge for it, but we're going to get that question.
I don't know we have to think about how to attack that. I agree with Barry, but I'm not quite sure how do you put it.
Right. So I guess that would be, think of ways to.
I just don't
propose
see how you can
an amendment.
narrow that
Unless
legally.
there's something elsewhere in other statutes, in other states, I don't know. Records review fees, I don't know.
The last time I did any kind of research on records fees, I found that a lot of states were going from specific amounts kind of thing to reasonable expenses. Going to what we were doing. And I think you get a lot of, your liability insurance companies sometimes have specific requirements
Joining the
as well.
meeting.
It's a little tardy.
Yeah. So, but we can certainly do that. I will make a note to send you guys an email and ask for dates and times.
Somebody's spouse calling to see if we're still working or out having a beer or something.
Yeah.
That's right.
Do you want me to talk about rules as well?
Briefly, and we will put it on the agenda next month.
Right. We're going to have a rules committee meeting. What we have right now did not go well. I'm thinking of other ways to deal with the situation in a way that I won't get yelled at as much. But
Nobody liked my idea that you acknowledge a request in 2 days.
we got a lot of pushback that it's not something that's addressed in the statute, so it's beyond our authority to make law
If
through
it's in
rule.
the statute, you don't need a rule. We have very broad rulemaking authority. But
Yeah.
the people that I want to pick a fight with do not include legislators. I don't care to piss them all off. So
Yeah.
we'll circle the wagons and decide what else we can do on timeliness.
Yeah. Which I have some ideas.
I'd like to see some retention language somewhere.
I think that's probably a legislative, that's going to have to come from legislation.
I don't know if we'll get it done, but anyway, we can talk about it.
We'll put at least the summary of the comments, which are kind of humbling to read. And then I think we effectively pulled the rule, or told them we would.
Right.
We'll come back.
We have
to
some,
fight
we have
another
some
day.
options, but I'm not willing to totally give up at this point in time.
I think we just have to rethink it.
Yeah. And did you want me to send out to everybody that the comments we got and the summary of the comments to the board members?
I think they should see them.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know that the comments themselves are all that voluminous.
Send out the rules as well, so
Oh, okay, again?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they know what pissed everybody off.
But we're doing a job.
Okay. Where does that leave us? Office status reports.
We're just plugging right along. So there's all of our monthly stats. We're not suffering for lack of complaints.
Well, our fiscal year over year, we were almost exactly the same number.
Not to rush things, but next board meeting, do we know if we'll be here? Because
No, it'll be up on third floor.
no, I mean in the Wallace building, because there are
Yes.
efforts to move the
Yeah,
offices.
since we don't have any dates,
We assume
we're
we'll
just
be here.
we're just assuming we'll be here.
Okay.
I have one other.
Be in the air on the
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know. We
They
are
are
going to Norway,
September
being
or August?
August.
Oh, okay.
pushed out
So
of the building.
go ahead with
Taking
the
over. Who are they
legislation committee.
Department
Well,
of
we'll just-
Inspection and Appeals.
They're
That's not hard. We
combining
can work
workforce
around it.
development,
Yeah.
ALJ, so they need more
Yeah.
space.
Oh,
So
okay.
we're looking for penthouse locations.
Great. With nice parking and amenities.
Yeah, undercover, yeah, parking and, yeah.
I do have a housekeeping item I just wanted to ask about. Yesterday, I sent out a copy of all the initial complaints as a way for you to be able to lay those up against the orders if you wanted. Is that helpful? Or is it creating way too much paper?
I've got a pen. Give me a pen.
So I haven't looked yet,
Then it's not helpful to you then.
so I haven't, I will email you and let you know, because I will look at it.
It wasn't that much effort, but,
I like it.
I do
you know,
too.
because then you,
Can you put it with the
we can do
proposed
that.
orders?
I can do
Otherwise,
that.
we just have a hard time
Yeah, that's,
inserting everything,
I agree.
Yeah.
Because I was
Yeah.
trying to go back.
Yeah.
I can do that. When we thought through it, I thought, yeah, that probably might be handy.
Good. I think
Because
it's great.
otherwise, we don't want you having the other information that comes in because we don't want you investigating the case, the matter.
I
But
think-
to have the initial complaint, you know the sentiment of the complaint to go along with the order and the findings.
I think it's very helpful.
That came yesterday?
Yeah.
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 It was an afterthought this
Yeah, no,
time.
it's fine. I probably, like every other month, I have a school board association meeting a day and a half right before this, so I wouldn't have time to do it, but if it came earlier.
It would come on Friday,
Okay.
like the other packet.
Yeah.
I'll just make it part of the
Yeah.
bigger picture.
Put it in with the,
Yeah.
That would be good, because typically when I'm going through everything, and I try and do it the weekend before, sometimes it ends up being the Wednesday night before. I will even pull the initial complaint up,
Oh, is that what you got?
because I'll remember something that I read when the initial
I knew I
complaint
would
came in
get
the
out of here.
email, and it's like, wait a
Well, I'm
minute,
not
I think I'll go
surprised.
back and look at that.
Yeah.
So I
require
do
eating out after.
review those initial complaints.
Not a problem.
I just read them when they come in and file them. I never remember, 2 months from now.
Something will
Maybe
trip,
two.
I'll read something, I'll go, wait a minute.
Good.
I remember something about that, let me look.
Okay. Next meeting, we're going to be on third floor unless we all meet at the fair.
No, we're not meeting at the fair, no. No.
This doesn't seem to have a signature.
Oh, can you just sign like here? I think,
You wouldn't hear a
I think
quiet
Hannah
spot,
cut it
but
off and I don't
the
have access to her
Calvin's always
documents.
has really good food.
Not,
I'd like to
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
I'll move to adjourn.
unanimous
About
seconds.
5:27.
Okay, all in favor, we have to vote.
Aye.
Actually, I don't think you have to, because you don't have anything left on the agenda, so.
No matter